And I was shown that that Lucifer would return, that the UN and the Vatican were going to be completely behind it, again, under false pretenses. He's going to show up and say, I'm here to save the day, right? And, okay, fine, you know.
Yeah, of course,
ahead,
you can say whatever you want.
But
I've always hated censorship. It's the internet.
Sometimes, you know, once they get you for your first love bite, well, it depends on how aware you are, right?
I forgot my bullets. I never had a gun. Here I am left standing. Am I the only one? For what I see, memories have guilted me. I'll never see the sun.
First of all, as you know, the Anunnaki and the Draco are enemies. Second of all, underneath Baghdad was a stargate that was created by the Anunnaki so that they could transfer from the Jupiter to the Earth.
I'll never see the sun. I could just end it all, but the demons will have won.
Magical practitioners that, you know, some are good and some use their magic for good and to heal and to help, and others do use it for evil. And, you know, in some cases, you know, people really were using
This is too much sometimes. From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. I'm your host, Daniel, broadcasting to you from that shimmering Emerald City, right here in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. Hello, how are you? Good to see everybody. Good to see so many people already watching the stream. So many people already gathered in the backstage. Boy, oh boy, are things getting lively around these parts. My God, I'm excited. Today's guest is the Secret Sun. This description is from his website, the Secret Sun Institute. Your go-to guide for the latest in emergent archetypal dominance and decoder rings to make sense of all the endless gaslighting and ritualism, the keys to hell and death, occasional recipes and dog videos, lightly seasoned with cringeworthy dad jokes. I like that part right there, the cringeworthy dad jokes. I think a lot of my jokes are probably rather cringe, but don't tell me. Let me find out on my own. And don't forget to head over to endofdaysradio.com. From there, you can do everything. You can check out the latest schedule. I'm booking a lot more ahead lately, so I am going to update that schedule for sure this time. I'm a very busy bee. I apologize if it seems like I'm sloughing in certain areas. I'm really not. I really just am really effing busy with work, with this, with that, with my deep research into the Esoteric. Sweet tea it is. I'm no longer drinking energy drinks. I'm no longer eating bad foods. I'm on a total health kick. I kicked out the energy drinks. It's all about the green tea because green tea is way healthier for you. I'm not snacking. I don't have any chips with me right now. No pepperoni sticks. Yes, it is the end of the world. And yes, I am trying to eat healthier. And don't forget to head over to, I already said that. You can also email me at danielendofdaysradio@gmail.com. and you can donate over at the website as well. Just click on that donate link. You can donate through PayPal, or you can donate Bitcoin as well. We were gonna do this whole thing about Kate Middleton, but then it turns out she has cancer. So all the conspiracy stuff surrounding her, the cancer could be fake. We don't know that for sure, but it seems like it's mostly been resolved. Like a lot of the conspiracy types, the truther types, have kind of dropped the subject. Oh, she has cancer. That explains it. All right. Maybe we won't talk so much about her today. But we have plenty else to talk about. But before we get into any of that, we're going to talk to our guest. And we're going to do that right now. So stay tuned, everybody. Here we go. All right. There he is. Hello.
Hey.
So I noticed your name on here is CK. Is that how you want us to refer to you, CK, or do you have a
call
name?
Me Chris.
Chris, okay. So Chris, tell us a little bit about yourself. Where are you from, man?
I'm originally from Braintree, Massachusetts, right outside of Boston. Lived there for the first 18 years of my life. Been down in Jersey since then. So down in wonderful, beautiful, scenic New Jersey, which is actually really nice once you get out of the shitholes near New York.
I've heard that. I know people make a lot of jokes about Jersey, but that's really just like a specific area. It's mostly like natural, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of farmland, pine barrens. I mean, yeah, most of the state is rural. You know, it's just, you know, you have these dense population areas clustered around New York and Philadelphia, but most of the state is rather beautifully empty. Go up north into the Skylands, like beautiful mountains and fields and farms, and just very, very luscious. But yeah, the areas around New York are disgusting, like Newark and Elizabeth and Jersey shitty and all the rest of it.
That's kind of how it is here. I mean, people think, oh, Seattle, what a terrible place, but that's just such a small fraction of the state. I mean, there's a lot
You're on
going on
Puget Sound, right?
What's that?
You're on Puget Sound.
Oh, yes, absolutely. The great Puget Sound, the gateway to the Salish Sea. It's a very wonderful area, and I myself, I don't think I could ever live too far away from the water after growing up there all my life. You got water over there, don't you?
Yeah, we have water.
The boardwalk?
No, I'm about an hour from the shore. I mean, I
Gotcha.
grew up on the water, so I kind of miss the ocean. But what are you gonna do? I mean,
Something
it's
magical about it.
really expensive to live near the ocean these days. So, especially around here.
Love that tapestry you have in the background. That's pretty trippy.
Oh, thank you. Glad you like it.
Is that a curtain or?
It's a tapestry. Yeah. It's
Oh,
a
gotcha.
petite tapestry. I do it because the light in this room is really weird, and it bounces around in weird places, and it kind of like makes me look strange. So I have to control the light. So I put this in back of me to keep the reflections from bouncing around, so to speak.
I need something like that. I had a thing with bricks, but then it started getting all crinkled and wrinkly, and the bricks didn't look like bricks anymore. They looked like absolute crap. And you got to set up these poles and everything. It wasn't working out for me.
That's too bad.
So, Chris, why did you choose the name Secret Sun? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
I sure can. It comes from a dream I've had since I was a kid, that the sun is out in the middle of the night, like one o'clock. It's usually around 1 o'clock in the morning. The sun is out in the middle of the night, but nobody knows about it. Like only selected people know about it. And it kind of connects to other themes like marshes, liminal spaces, but also with the Secret Sun dreams, there's always this like neighborhood, this sort of like suburban neighborhood that's tucked away in the middle of Manhattan Island that nobody knows about. So I don't know what that exactly means, but the secret sun dream I've had since I was a kid. It doesn't have anything to do with, like, people think it's like Sirius or Saturn. It doesn't have anything to do with that. It's about a dream I had. I've been using the term secret sun for about 30 years. So
30 years. That's a long time. So when did you realize that things were kind of weirder than the mainstream says, that there was more out there?
Dude, I grew up in Braintree, Massachusetts, which is a big gangster town. A lot of rackets, a lot of criminality, prostitution rings, all sorts of weird situations. Like, for instance, when I was going to junior high school, there was an open pedophile who had like a stable of young boys that he was quote unquote fostering.
Whoa.
But everybody knew what was going on. It was very much open. Everybody knew, who these kids were. He'd give them like motorbikes and stereos and sneakers, and spent a lot of money on them. And when he got arrested, this guy's a junior high school teacher in the 70s. When he gets arrested on a 52-foot yacht off the coast of Florida. Then he had been at it for like 22 years, and they finally arrested him. So he was clearly had some other sources of income, and I'll leave that to your imagination for what those were.
My
So
God.
that was, so I mean, I don't know, like my whole
like a
life.
Jimmy Seville thing.
Oh, crazy. I mean, it was so open. Like, people would complain all the time, and teachers and principals and administration did absolutely nothing about it. They didn't care. So finally he was arrested. But that's kind of like there's always just weird stuff going on. We used to play basketball like right across the street. I don't know if you know Whitey Bulger, but he had like somebody whacked and dumped in the dumpster there, literally like 50 feet from where we played basketball. So it was a crazy place. Lot of stuff. I mean, I wrote about this in my book, The Endless American Midnight, but lot of weirdness, lot of criminality, a lot of conspiracy. The one person who I would point to as being like unambiguously MK Ultra was this woman named Amy Bishop, who was the University of Huntsville, Alabama shooter. And she had killed her brother in 1986 and got into a shootout with the cops and all this kind of stuff. And they didn't press any charges against her. And then she was sending letter bombs to her old teacher at Harvard, and no charges. They had every agency you can think of investigating this. And the order came down from the Justice Department not to pursue charges against her. And finally, she ends up killing a bunch of microbiologists. Oh, my goodness, at the University of Alabama. So, and she was also working on a herpes bomb. She wanted to create a bomb that would aerosolize herpes virus.
What the fuck?
Yeah, she was actually in my science. I actually knew the brother that she murdered. I knew him, not very well, but we had a mutual friend, and we'd talk comic books, in the cafeteria in the morning. And I don't know, lots of other stuff that I can't really go into, but I just kind of grew up in this weird, unsettling. And it's funny because I didn't really even realize the extent of how screwed up my childhood was until I went back and was reading all the newspaper clippings. Like, I got a subscription to newspapers.com, and I just started poking around. I couldn't believe the stuff that I was reading. It was just unbelievable. But another thing, I remember back in 1982 when I was in high school, there was a prostitution ring where like freshman girls were picking up men coming off the subway, because the subway train was there, and taking them across the street to this dump called the Swiss Chalet. I I don't know who was organizing this, but this is 82. I mean, there's been a lot of the FBI actually ran this huge operation. I think it was called Operation Cross Country. And one of the places that they were focusing on was Braintree. So a lot of crazy stuff going on there. A lot of prostitution, drugs, gambling, all these kind of rackets. I mean, I had a great time when I was growing up, don't get me wrong, but it was just a very strange town with a lot of strange things going on, but kind of like spread out into other aspects of my life. So
looks like we have the first question from our chat. This comes from a gentleman named Skyfish. Seems to be familiar with you. He says, ask him about any new thoughts on Elizabeth Fraser and the Cocteau twins. I hope I'm saying that right.
Always new thoughts. It's a never-ending mystery. It's always unfolding. I've actually got some private groups where we do a lot of investigation. I'm going to be I did this huge post called Laugh While You Still Can that sort of dealt with all her prophecies over a 40-year period, and I'm going to be updating because I put a lot of videos in the post, and people are complaining that it was too hard to load on the phone. So I'm taking all the videos out and I'm going to reload it because it's gotten like 30,000 views so far. So obviously people very interested in it, but yeah, I mean, she's the oracle of the apocalypse. What can I tell you? I mean, here we are. I mean, I don't know. Have you checked the news today? Have you read the news today?
Not really. I've been kind of busy. Could you fill me in?
Well, there was just a major terrorist attack in Moscow, and ISIS claimed responsibility for it.
Really?
Yeah. So the NATO is really desperate to start World War III. They really want to. They have to start a hot war. Like they have to. And they're really dead set. It's probably going to be this year that it's going to really explode. They're constantly trying to goad Putin with all these like terrorist attacks on like oil fields and everything like that. And
Zelensky said it's already started, and I'm halfway to believing him.
Yeah, well, he would know, right? So yeah, I mean, we are in the middle of a very strange and nerve-wracking time, and like I said today, I mean, then we find out that Princess Kate has cancer allegedly.
Yeah, that's huge. My God,
I'm kind of thinking that she's probably already dead, and that this video that they released today might have been a deep fake. I don't know. I can't say. I haven't really been following it that closely, but the way they've been behaving, I kind of get the sense that she is actually dead.
Maybe something went wrong in the surgery. Maybe William had her knocked off.
Who can even say anymore? But King Chuck E. Cheese is also incapacitated. I remember back in the 90s, there was a lot of talk that William was going to be the Antichrist, that the Illuminati had chosen William to become the Antichrist. So I don't know, maybe we're well on our way to that eventuality now. Who's to say? I mean, the things, we're all taking everything for granted, but like the stuff that's going on today is just so insane, and people just don't realize just how tenuous the situation is.
Yeah, it blows my mind how dang weird the royals are. I mean, William watches his father cheat on his mother and knows what she went through, and he still takes that same path and follows suit, and he's hooked up with these mistresses and stuff like that. I'm disgusted with them, and I think that I like Harry better now.
And he's just as bad.
I
call him the bastard ginger because he's clearly not Charles's son, and that's why they basically just cut him off. Just cut him out of the plan. That kid's a mess. He's a mess. It's just nothing good is going to come out of that guy. But William seems to have been training, very seriously. It kind of reminds me of Damien in Omen Final Conflict. Right? You know, so I mean, who's to say? But he takes his job very seriously, and he has for a long time. So I mean, who's to say? I mean, who's to say what is going to be manipulated? The problem with these plans, though, is that the world has become so complicated, and we are dealing with complex systems that are inherent. All complex systems are inherently fragile. Okay, and they can plan and they can make all these plans, but unless they go off like clockwork, which they haven't been, you know, for the past several years, it's all going to blow up in their face. I think it's all going to blow up in all our faces, to be honest with you. So it
I
reminds.
think you're really spot on with the World War III prediction. I mean, just seeing what's been going on in the Middle East and in Ukraine, and then it was announced, I think it was almost a month ago, that our U.S. special forces are permanently stationed in Taiwan. I mean, that tells you all that you need to know. We're just on the verge of this whole thing cracking off, and Taiwan likely being invaded. China's been creeping their way all across the South China Sea for years now, and it's only a matter of time before we get depleted enough in Ukraine where we have nothing left, no ballistics left, and that'd be a really great time to invade and start, you know, more of an overt war with us.
Well, see, that I think was Putin's plan. So I get very irritated when I hear people talk about fourth dimensional chess and everything like that, because it's always a cope. You know what I mean? It always just sounds like a cope. But I think what Putin's plan was was to just turn the war into a slug. Because say if they did what everybody expected and they just sort of ran roughshod and brought out all the big guns and conquered Ukraine in like a week or a month or something, NATO and everyone else, America and so on and so forth, would still have massive stocks of ammunition. Not only have we wasted all this ammunition in Ukraine and to a certain extent Gaza, but we don't have the industrial base to replace it, and neither does Europe. So it seems to me that what Putin has done is just taken stock of the West, of NATO, and just realized that we're so addicted to this 24-hour news cycle that we just have no patience anymore. We have no attention span, nor does people in the government. You know what I mean? So I think what his plan was, and I'm not just saying this out of whole cloth, I remember John Mersheimer saying this several years ago, was that his plan was to just in slow motion destroy Ukraine, just completely destroy their industrial base, their military base, and so on and so forth, and do so in a way that I think he's been doing for the past, 2 years now, is just digging in and just letting, you know, all the munitions fly. Problem is that Russia's always had a lot more munitions than us. Oh, I mean, this is a big issue back in the 80s. You guys are probably all too young to remember this, but
no, I remember.
You remember? Who's
that?
Oh
yeah, that's Todd.
Oh, hey Todd. So you're an old dude like me. So
I'm an old timer.
Yeah. So another old timer.
And a huge fan of yours.
Oh, thank you, Todd. I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad that Daniel got you on here. Wow.
All right.
Daniel's been rocking this thing for a long time. And I'm glad to see somebody around my same age with the same music taste. Grew up with that same stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Gen X, man, represent. So
totally.
Yeah. So we're in just a very strange situation. But I really do honestly, I mean, and again, I don't make these statements just sort of like as speculations. I mean, we saw Macron, when he wasn't denying that his wife was trans, was saying that he's going to put, 40,000 French troops in Ukraine. And
then he's also making videos of him working out. lately? Have you seen this week? He's like pumping iron and shit.
What?
Look at my muscle, man.
What a
Yeah.
joke.
I'm sending troops. Look at my biceps.
The
And he's
dude's
about
like
the
5'6",
least
you know?
masculine. I know he's like 5'6", little tiny arms working
Well,
out.
I think he's doing that to compensate because
There
there
you
was
go.
that whole thing. Interesting enough, another person who's been in the news today is Candace Owens. And before she had her blowout with Ben Shapiro, she was saying that she's going to go to the mat and bet everything she has that Macron's wife is trans. So
Wow. Yeah.
So
is there? You wonder, is there a giant like kind of weird exposure going on? Like maybe Michelle's a man, maybe Macron's wife is a man, maybe these guys have secretly been men all along, all around us.
Dude,
wow.
Go back and look at pictures of royalty, like photographs, not paintings, which are all idealized. Go back and look at pictures of photographs of royalty and photographs of the old first ladies.
Yeah.
Or even old paintings.
They all look very, very butch, let's just say. I'll say that and we'll leave it at that. They all look very butch.
This could have been going on since like ancient times. We don't even know it.
I think it has. I mean, I've studied particularly ancient Mesopotamia. Has been sort of my special interest.
Nice.
And I've been looking into this for a while. And I think that there was a lot of this because we know that there were these priesthoods that were all trans, like the Galilean stuff. I think the queens were. I think the priestesses were. I think that the temple prostitutes were all trans. And I think you can find traces of this in the Bible with the what is it? The Kadeshim, okay, and also what the Apostle Paul talks about with what is the term he used? Well, the term he uses is Malachi or Malakoi, which is very similar to the term for angels. And if you go back and look at a lot of depictions of angels, they are extremely feminine. So I think this has been going on for a long time, but we just haven't really accepted it. Because
it's almost like one of the deep secrets of the mystery schools is the binary thing, the binary principle. Baphomet is always a male-female figure, and so the male could be female, the female could be male. It's kind of that weird secret that they keep hidden on a certain level.
That's a little bit later. Baphomet is I think Baphomet under the Templars. I actually did a big piece on this in the blog. I think Baphomet that the Templars worshipped was the Green Man, which is sort of an incarnation of Pan. The Baphomet that people know from Eliphas Levi, that image that the Satanists have kind of adopted. That's like 19th century. That's very, very
totally
very recent.
But they definitely had that. They had that understanding, though, even back then, of this polarity principle.
Well, yeah, because you see it in Dionysus and Hermaphroditus and the Rebus. There's a
Cybele.
Adam Cadman, Cybele and Agdistus, Attis, Adonis. I mean, all these kind of things, and it kind of makes sense when you think about it, because I've always thought about like the temple prostitution. And the thing is that back then you didn't really have effective birth control at all. I mean, they did have forms of birth control, but they were kind of like, almost like folk magic or something, They weren't necessarily predictive. So if you're having like these men coming in all day to have sex with these priestesses, you follow me? So
yeah,
I think this goes back a long way. I think this is just part of this elite kind of understanding. Not even so much the mystery. First of all, the mystery schools is a term that Alice Bailey invented. So that's a term that we can kind of dispense with. I wish people would dispense with it because it's ahistorical. The term that people should use is mystery cults. Okay.
Yeah.
And the mystery cults were Greco-Roman and to some extent Egyptian. They weren't Babylonian. And that's another. When people talk about mystery Babylon, they tend to not they think they're talking about Babylonian mysteries. The Babylonians didn't have mysteries, and the Babylonians didn't even exist at the time that John of Patmos wrote the Book of Revelation. So there's a lot of kind of misunderstandings that have crept into the lexicon through misunderstandings, largely of very, very recent vintage. Like I said, Alice Bailey and the Lucis Trust.
That's the first time I've heard that about John the Revelator or whatever. You know, that passage being written before Mesopotamia.
No, long afterwards. So John of Patmos, the dating is usually like late 1st century. Okay, and this is 3 centuries after Babylon was even a thing. Okay, I mean, there was a city called Babylon, but it basically, what happened is that when Alexander the Great sort of conquered most of South Asia and Asia Minor, he put his generals in charge, and the generals, they turned Babylon, the city itself, into a zoo. Okay, and this is after the Babylonian exile. I mean, Babylon really fell. A lot of this has to do with Cyrus the Great and so on, because Cyrus the Great defeated the sort of the last remnants of the Babylonian Empire, and that was like Persia. That was the Persians, right? And sort of installed a Persian colony there. But like I said, I mean, Babylon had sort of fallen into such disrepair that it was being used as to keep their animals, keep their horses and stuff. So by the time John is around, I mean, he would have been familiar with that term through the scripture, through the Old Testament, but Babylon was not a thing, and there weren't ever Babylonian mysteries, because the mystery cults, not schools, again, were really a function of sort of Greco-Roman cosmopolitanism. And what had happened is that people had become very disenchanted. I mean, nobody believed in like Zeus and all that shit, by the time, say, 6th, 7th, 5th centuries BC. Nobody believed in those old gods anymore. They were just purely for state ritual. And the mystery cults came about because people wanted to have sort of like a private, I mean, they're almost monotheistic, really. The term is called henotheism. And people sort of latched onto these things. But there's no, and John doesn't make that claim either. I mean, John uses the term Mystery Babylon, but he doesn't, associate them with the mysteries or the mystery cults. That's a modern misinterpretation from very, very recent vintage.
Hey, Clint, what's up?
Oh, I just realized I was on the camera.
Okay.
I was just reading an encyclopedia definition of Baphomet from 1857.
He just can't stop researching.
Yeah, I was still listening. I mean, yeah. So, what is the main subject of tonight's broadcast?
We were kind of getting into Babylon a second ago. We're just getting to know Chris here and getting to know his works and his likes and interests and his thoughts and philosophies. And
we're just hanging out on a Friday night, man, just shooting the breeze.
Yeah, just chilling
out, having a good time. Why not?
Yeah, I've been reading this Nasta Webster World Revolution book.
Yeah,
it's definitely It was pointing out all this stuff about the Illuminati. One thing that I didn't know that it pointed out was that they were against technology and so on and so forth in science, and that's why they killed that guy at the French Revolution.
That's not true. See, that's not true though.
Well, no, they killed the guy from who made the original periodic table in like
this is what I'm saying. There's a guy named Terry Melanson who used to run the Conspiracy Archive. He might still, but he wrote a really good book. Like, he actually went back and read the primary source documents. He didn't read stuff like Nesta Webster. The Illuminati were really like radical Enlightenment extremists. they very much believed in science. They very much believed in technology. They were
Well, the Freemasons
almost
did,
functionally atheist. They weren't occultists. They weren't any of this stuff. They didn't use the eye and the triangle as any of that stuff. I think they kind of sort of disdained a lot of that traditional Masonic stuff. They were rationalists.
Before I lose what my point was of bringing that up was that the Jesuits were also anti-technology, and that I believe that Adam Weishaupt may have been an undercover Jesuit.
Well, that's a different thing. I mean, the Jesuits always had that kind of leaning, but that's the Illuminati were basically all scholars and scientists and so on who wanted to basically overthrow the church and all the royal families of Europe.
Yeah. Well,
so I mean, they were much more politically based. They were not. They didn't use the eye and the triangle. They didn't use any of the symbolism. They did use the owl though, because the owl was associated with wisdom.
Minerva.
Yeah,
well,
Minerva.
I was trying to see. I believe there's a smear campaign against old school masonry, and that that the people responsible are the Vatican, with many agent provocateurs, and even the Crown of England, where I found evidence from a book by Clymer himself of the Rosicrucians, where he stated that Crowley made a fake Rosicrucian order and was using the name R.C. Rosencreutz, just like on the Georgia Guidestones, and that I believe that there is a huge smear campaign against old Freemasonry before it was Illuminized, and because see. Also, I think there's two Illuminatis. I've talked to Robert Hieronymus about this, and because it's just the conspiracy seems so elaborate that I just want to get to the bottom of it, because
you never will. You never will. It's a fun house. It's a Russian dolls. I mean, it's a rabbit hole. It's any metaphor that you choose. I was studying that stuff for ages. All right. I'm probably before you were even born. And
well, how old are you?
I'm 57. So
okay.
So
you look good for 57.
Thank you.
Congrats. You still got all your hair. You got more hair than I do.
Healthy living. Clean living. No, but so what I'm trying to say is that you'll never, because I don't even think they know anymore. For instance, I've done a lot of work showing that all the tracing boards and the master's towels and everything, and all these kind of symbol systems that the Masons use were all stellar. They're all stellar symbols. And I don't think I would say 99.9% of all Freemasons don't even know that themselves. I mean, I've read their literature, and they're like, oh, this means the exaltation of the mystery of the enlightened, like I saw this nonsense.
Yeah.
Because I don't think they even understand it anymore. But if you go back and look at all that material, it's all stellar symbolism.
Have you read Stellar Theology? It's an older book, I think 1920 or something.
I probably have.
It's called, the full title is Stellar Theology and Masonic Astronomy, I think.
Okay, maybe not. I read some of those texts. But the problem with a lot of that material is that it's all astrology based. And it's like all these people don't realize that there are, 76 other constellations outside of the zodiac? You know what I mean? So yeah. It's like, I've shown when I did this whole thing on the symbolism of 9/11, for instance, and showed how it's all the symbol, and that whole situation was all stellar for whatever reason. You tell me, but the alignments are almost perfect. So who's ever behind that, I think, probably has an understanding of that star magic, as opposed to astrology. I really get very, very frustrated when I read a lot of these books, and it's like these people just don't realize that, like, the zodiac is just just a small part of the sky. You know, I mean, there's all this other, there's all this stuff. You know, I mean, the Masons actually put like the squaring compasses in constellations. It's triangulum, and what's the other one called? It's the compasses. They literally put the squaring compasses in the sky, in the southern sky.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure you're familiar with the how the Eastern Star is Cygnus, the Eastern Crux.
I thought the Eastern Star was Venus.
Well, it's definitely Cygnus. There's an owner of a restaurant in Grand Rapids.
Wait, hold on a sec. Cygnus is not a star, though. Cygnus is a constellation.
Yeah. Well, the one of the stars of Cygnus. There's 3 cruxes from my my research. The Southern Crux, the Eastern Crux, and the Western Crux, and that there was a weird symbology in the stars about a crucifixion, and that it seems as though there was a northern crux that disappeared, and that it was supposedly the throne of God, and that
that's Cepheus. The throne of God is Cepheus, which is near the north pole of the celestial globe.
Well, I found an interesting thing where I'm sure you're familiar with the symbol of the world being a circle with a cross. And that my theory somewhat is that the world in the symbolic Jesus story was Jesus, and the 4 cruxes were the 4 other people crucified. And that it's kind of a loose theory, but it's all the star map stuff. See, I don't think the open story of Jesus is the real story. I think it was I think because of the 16 Crucified Saviors book, that they took the story and turned it into theirs, but the real story was lost in time, basically.
Dude, I'm going to be like such a buzzkill tonight, because that 16 Crucified Saviors is absolute nonsense.
Well, no, you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm saying that, see, okay, so the Christians had to hide their religion from the Roman Empire. And so they pretended to worship Sol Invictus and the 12 constellations, and that they pretended to have this religion that matched up with the previous crucified. There's a lot of stuff about the whole, like, for example, in Greek, there's the word for cross in Greek isn't cross, it's stake. And that right before Jesus gets crucified, he asks the apostles something about, they're all like, we got our stakes in our hands or something. And it's like, well, how do they have stakes in their hands if it's a crucifix, and that the symbol of the crucifix wasn't used at the time? There's all these weird anomalies that seem to be overlooked by like just how Bullinger points out how in the story there was 4 people crucified with him, not 3, and that how I'm sure you're aware of the 3 days 3 nights thing, where it says specifically 3 days 3 nights by 3 of the apostles, and that it might have been 5, but and then Bullinger goes as far as to quote the Bible verses where it says a day and a night is 12 hours each. And then so the modern Christianity worships from Friday night to Sunday morning, which is not 72 hours or 3 days and 3 nights. And it's interesting because the Greeks celebrate the resurrection at like or the birth, or no, resurrection at like midnight on a Friday night. And so it would make Wednesday the day that he died, which was Nissan, I think it was. It's a long subject, and like Ralph Epperson said, his wife was obsessed with the subject, and because I've mentioned it to him, and he was familiar with the subject, and I first heard of the subject from William Cooper.
Well, like I said, I mean, there's just so much disinformation out there that kind of gets cut and pasted, and it's been cut and pasted. I've been on the internet. What year were you born? Where'd that dude go?
Oh, we'll get back to Clint a little bit later.
Okay, so I was reading a lot of this stuff back in the early 90s, and it took me a long time to realize that a lot of the stuff that kind of gets cut and pasted is just, it's not accurate. And a lot of times it was just kind of stuff that was made up on the fly. For instance, this whole I mean, I don't know if you're familiar with the film Zeitgeist, but it had
Sure, yeah, that was like
yeah,
15 years ago. That was the huge thing.
yeah, back in the early 2000s. It's all nonsense. All that stuff about, you know, that Horus had 12 disciples and all this kind of stuff. That's none of that is true. It's all based. Well, first of all, I know she's passed away. She passed away about 10 years ago, but I knew the woman who came up with a lot of that stuff. And actually that dude in Zeitgeist kind of plagiarized her pretty much wholesale. She wrote a book called I think it was Jesus, Son of God. No, what was the first one? Might have been that. I've got some of her books in the other room, but she wrote this stuff back in the 90s. But the problem is that she was basing all this information on all these like Freemasons and Rosicrucians and weirdo theosophists from the late 19th century who were just literally making stuff up as they went along.
Or maybe they were channeling it.
No, they were just I don't know. Maybe they were. I don't know. But it's all wrong. And it got passed into this movie, this documentary, and then like people like Bill Maher pick it up. You know, he did that film Religulous, where he's kind of quoting all this stuff wholesale about, you know, Mithras and Horus, and it's like none of these people have read the original material. If you read the original source material, none of that is in there. It was all made up in the late 19th century by, you know, what I like to call laudanum addicted pederastic toffs, you know, in these smoking rooms in London.
You say pederistic?
Yeah, laudanum addicted pederastic toffs. Yeah, just, you know, bunch of, you know, you know what I'm saying. It's kind of
I think so.
it's kind of all there. But you know, but the thing is that there's so much bad information that just keeps getting cut and pasted, and it's like I'm not trying to come down on somebody, because believe me, it took me a long time to sort of cycle through all that stuff, because it's like it's so pervasive and it's so available, and like you do a search. I mean, I don't really use Google for search anymore, but you know, you do a search with some of this stuff and you just see, like, you know, for instance, like Fritz Springmeier and the 13 Illuminati families. You know, none of that stuff is true. I mean, there's so much information. I mean, Bill Cooper, I think Bill Cooper really redeemed himself towards the end of his life when he sort of realized that he was being used as a conduit for disinformation by naval intelligence. I mean, a lot of this, I mean, listen, Behold a Pale Horse is an incredibly entertaining book, but there's just so much wrong information in there. And even on like Hour of the Time, I mean, I used to listen to Hour of Time when it was live. I mean, he just had a lot of bad information. And, you know, I mean, I think he, like I said, he kind of woke up to what was going on, because I was very anti-Cooper for a long time, because I remember the stuff he said back in the late 80s, all this UFO disinformation that he was spouting. And it was ridiculous. It like if you go back and read, like he did a speech at a UFO convention, and it's just every ridiculous spook ass fairy tale, you know. But again, I mean, these are things that people were really processing, you know, because there was a great effort to put that stuff into the media. Believe me. And
You're a strong proponent of the idea that these people, whoever they might really be, they're constantly throwing disinformation at us, constantly trying to shape our opinions. That's kind of the name of the game for these people. They're deceivers.
I think that goes without saying. I mean, I think more and more people, I mean, even normies are starting to wake up to that. Yeah, we're constantly being bombarded with bad information. And then it's like, and they're like saying, oh, well, you know, if you question our bad information, you're the one spouting disinformation. It's totally Orwellian. You know, it's a total inversion of the truth. And the thing is that I really honestly believe that things are not going according to plan. Okay. I really believe that. I think that there have been all these plans in the works for a very long time long before like our parents and grandparents were born. Okay. And they've been tried, and particularly recently. I mean, I think the COVID thing was a failure. I think that they, because you remember like everybody was like build back better and all this kind of crap. I think that program failed, and I think a lot of the reasons why these programs are failing and have failed is because the people who these elite groups pay to give them information are just like blowing smoke up their asses, particularly about science and technology. And there's so
Chris, that's one of the things I really appreciate about you is you do the research. You do get down to as deep as you can go into these things. And then you do tell people that it's almost impossible to get to the bottom, and you've got to be super aware that disinformation and different systems are putting out so much propaganda, and that it's hard to sift through it. So I appreciate that about you. You're not one of these people doing the UFO circuit like you were talking about in Bill Cooper's early days.
Yeah.
When he was spouting all the alien. I went to one of his seminars. It was incredible. It was 8 hours of him in an auditorium in Utah with a big screen at a school, and he was showing you pictures of the moon and all this weird shit on the moon for 8 hours straight. And so even Cooper, though, would say all the time, I don't even know if I can trust me. He's like, I don't even know if they may want me to go out and say this shit. So he was on to that. And I was going, wow, when my early mind back in the 90s was trying to wrap around how they use the left-right fake paradigms and play everything off each other. And I read a book called Wilderness of Mirrors years ago, and it was a book about how the CIA was. It was in a collection of books on the military or CIA or something, and it was called Wilderness of Mirrors, and it was about how the CIA was battling during the Cold War the idea that there were moles everywhere, in the CIA, and so there was. The book was incredible. It went into the Wild Bill Donovan, and then it went into Jesus Angleton, the two big CIA chiefs, right, and how they were countered. William Donovan came from the FBI, and Angleton came from the Ivy League colleges, and so they're two diametrically almost opposed people that are working on the same thing. And then Angleton's always trying to find the moles, or telling everyone there's moles everywhere, right? And there were probably moles between the CIA and the Russian intelligence agencies. But I just appreciate that about you, Chris, is you're trying to get to the bottom of this, whatever it is.
Thank you very much. I mean, a lot of it is like, again, like having been at this for a long time. And you guys have probably seen the interview with Yuri Bezmenov from 1984, right? Todd, You've seen it. What about you, Daniel? Have you seen that?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
So, well, I'll give you. So, there's this guy named G. Edward Griffin who was interviewing this defector from the KGB. This guy named Yuri Bezmenov, who spoke excellent English, by the way. And he was talking about how the KGB really works. He said there's this whole image of like James Bond's, cloak and dagger kind of skullduggery things. And he said, that's not it at all. He said, what the KGB really did was just produce basically forms of mind control through information, and was just constantly feeding it into the West to demoralize Western countries.
Yeah.
Now, I mean,
he said how there were stages. He said there were stages of demoralization over periods. They would go through the stages to get you where you're ripe as a rotten fruit ready to fall.
Well,
whatever.
And he was talking about this in '84, and he said like it's already too late. And he said he said that this program at that point had been going on for 25 years, which brings it back to 59, right? And he said this program had been going on for this long period of time, and he said, like, if you start now, if you start today, it's going to, to turn this around, it was going to take 15 years. 15 years.
Or you might be able to reverse it too. He said you might be able to reverse it.
Yes.
If you start right now, back in '84, which we didn't.
Yes, which we did.
We didn't.
Chris, are you familiar with Anthony Sutton and his work, with the Skull and Bones, and
sure,
how the military-industrial establishments, created our enemies, and then we fight our enemies?
Oh, sure, yeah, absolutely.
That's the one that always keeps dragging me back, though, on the left-right paradigm and what's real and what isn't. Is if we're fighting this Cold War since the World War II, and everything's propaganda and it's phony. And I'm not saying it's phony in the sense that people aren't dying. I'm saying it's phony in the sense that our leader's story isn't what's really going on when we're arming our enemy and then we're fighting them. And then we're using countries to fight proxy wars in between the two superpowers. When you look at it from that perspective, it's like when the wall fell, it did, everybody was like, oh, it's over. Now Russia's joining the world community. Now we can sing Kumbaya all together, right? But that didn't quite happen. And now it's like history repeating itself. Now Russia is the enemy again. Oh, it's not the giant Soviet Union that it used to be. But that's why people trying to put their finger on what it is near impossible because it's shifting constantly.
Yeah, well, and it is hard to say. I mean, a lot of that material was written sort of at the height of the powers of the CIA when it was filled with like crazy daredevils, let's just say. There's been a few generations since then, and I would argue rather strongly that the caliber of the people involved in this work has degraded considerably, and also the power that the Western alliance had after the Second World War, particularly with America being sort of America and Canada certainly being the last one standing, the only country that hadn't been ravaged by combat. I think there was a lot greater sense of power as far as how to manipulate others. Particularly these Eastern countries, China, India, and Russia, and Japan, and so on. I just don't believe that is the case anymore. I know that some people are like, well, the U.S. has never been stronger. That it just looks like it's sort of falling apart and everything like that. I just don't think that way anymore. I like I said, I've seen people say that on like Twitter and stuff.
The price of things would disagree.
Yeah, I don't think it's true. I think that there are levels, but it all boils down. It's like you can't build a strong house without a strong foundation, right? A house that is built on a weak foundation is going to fall. And today we have, I would say, the worst elites that we've ever had. Certainly in the past, at least the past 100 years, and the most miseducated, the most pampered, the most spoiled. I mean, these are people who've never even had a day of inconvenience in their life, never mind hardship or true deprivation. These are just spoiled rich kids, and they're not that bright. Okay, they're not that bright. And a lot of the technology that people assume actually exists, I don't think it actually does. I think a lot of it is smoke and mirrors. I think there's a lot of misperceptions about the abilities of science and technology to do the things that Hollywood, for all our lives, was telling us that it can do. I don't think it can.
What about UFOs? What do you suppose those are?
I've seen UFOs. I took photos, we took photos of UFO like that was hovering over my neighborhood about 7 years ago for a long time. It was a classic chevron shaped UFO. And the interesting thing too is that it had these huge ass lights on the bottom, and they were going through this prismatic cycle, this sort of weird. So it made me wonder if this was some sort of plasma engine, because it was going through this like this rainbow effect. And actually the pictures that my wife took, you can see that. You can see these big domed engines on the underside of this chevron going through this color cycle. But and I've seen orbs too, and there's no way in hell that orbs are any kind of structured craft. I don't know what they are, but I don't think they're good. I think they're bad. I really do.
Could they be like fallen angels or something like that?
I don't know, man. There's something, but I saw them, and I've told this story many times. People who have followed my work, probably very familiar with this story. But we were coming up Route 93 into New Hampshire. No, I'm sorry, Route 95 into New Hampshire. Was it 93? I think it was 93. Yeah. So we're crossing over into New Hampshire, and this is in southern New Hampshire. There's been a lot of sightings of orbs. There's a lot of video and stuff taken of them. And we saw these two orbs that I swear to God were trying to make this plane crash. This little Cessna that it had taken off from Manchester Airport. It just looked to me like these orbs were under intelligent control, and they were trying to make this plane crash. It was really unsettling because it wasn't that high up. I mean, we could see this all very clearly. This plane had just taken up. It might have been, I don't know, less than 1,000 feet in the air at that point in time. I mean, maybe even less. I don't know. I can't really judge the distance, but we saw this thing, and it was like, I'm like, those aren't good things. Those things give me the willies. And even like the UFOs, my sons took video of UFOs, and just when you see this stuff, when you actually have a close encounter, let's just say, it doesn't make you feel good. It doesn't.
I have to agree with that. I've seen UFOs a few times myself, and there is something indeed creepy about them. There's this like the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I start shivering, start getting those little bumps all over the skin. This is possibly why a lot of people believe there's some kind of fallen angels or demonic deceivers or negative interdimensionals. Who the hell knows? They might be Project Bluebeam and another one of these deceptions. It's the mystery that really, really can drive you crazy.
All right, I'm going to make a lot of enemies here. Project Bluebeam's another hoax. I had actually done a very thorough debunking of Bluebeam. I don't think that Serge Monast did so intentionally. I think this information was fed to him by spooks. And the thing that I done, and you can go on the blog secretsun.blogspot.com and just look it up. I showed how like so many of the points that Monast was making in his paper were taken straight out of Star Trek stories, like episodes and books and so on. So, I mean, that's not to say that I don't think that there isn't a great deal of interest in faking an alien invasion. I'm almost certain that there is, but it's not Bluebeam. Bluebeam is a hoax. That I wrote that back in 2010, actually, and that's another one that's gotten like tens of thousands of hits or views, I should say. But I don't know what UFOs are. I just don't think that they're extraterrestrial spacecraft because they've just been seen too long by too many people in too many different places to be, just like aliens dropping in on us from, Proxima Centauri or something. I don't believe that. I don't think that's. It's been a long time since I believed in extraterrestrials, to be honest with you. It's been a very long time. I used to call UFOs the elusive companions because it does seem that UFOs are like our companions. Like they've just been with us for a very long time. And I don't know what they hear and what they're doing and who they are. I mean, that's just a matter of conjecture. But I don't think they're good. I really don't. And actually having those sightings like cured me of my interest in ufology. I just I'm done with this. And then Tom DeLonge put the last nail in the coffin.
Tom DeLonge.
Yeah, all that, that To the Stars Academy and all that nonsense, ATIP and everything. That's all just spookery. But actually, I think it isn't just spooky. I think it's like, I think there's a cult of like these rich old money families. The Mellons, Chris Mellon is involved in it. Leslie Keene from the New Jersey Keene family. Like these rich weirdos who worship UFOs.
Rich weirdos. They are a little weird. Maybe all that money and privilege makes them a little psychopathic.
I think it does. I think it does. I think that all this nonsense that we're hearing about disclosure and everything, it's all, and actually there's a skeptic online called Jason Colavito, and he's done a really good job at showing how these people are all connected, and it is a cult. It's a UFO cult. It's just basically a very large and very well funded UFO cult, like the kind that, like Heaven's Gate almost. I mean, that sounds like an extreme comparison to make, but they, I'm so like not into UFOs or ufology anymore. Ironically, I am reading this really good book called Encyclopedia of Alien Encounters or Extraterrestrial Encounters, but I'm reading it because there's a lot of stuff that isn't about like extraterrestrials. It really leans really heavily into like ultra-terrestrial, transdimensional, angelic, demonic. I mean, all these alternative explanations that even if they aren't true in and of themselves, I think there's a lot, it's a lot more fruitful to read that kind of material than like nonsense about like these are beam ships from, like, I don't know.
Jin, it sounds like you are in agreement with Chris.
Hey Chris, hey Dan. I have
Hey.
followed Chris's work for quite a long time.
And I think you
is excellent. I mean, he's done many excellent interviews, but I was particularly fascinated with his interview with Mark Clare, which he's done a couple, I believe. And they, like me, are big comic book nerds. Well, Chris has a comic book background, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
Comic book background?
Yeah, I freelanced for Marvel for 25 years. So.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, but that was like on like stuff for the movies and stuff, not the comic books.
Gotcha. Wow, that's incredible. I love comic books myself. Yeah,
I my new book, if your readers want to check it out, it's called The Spandex Files, and it's sort of like, I mean, it's a collection, it's an anthology, but I do write. There are some new essays that I put in there about, kind of like we're at the end of the age of the superheroes, because I mean, one thing that I had done is that I sort of predicted that superhero culture was going to become very dominant, like it did. I mean, I wrote this book. Well, I wrote the original draft of it in 2005, and this was like there wasn't. I mean, like Batman Begins had come out. Like, there really wasn't that much going on. The Spider-Man movies were kind of finished, and all this kind of stuff. But I sort of said, like, Our Gods Wear Spandex, my first book, was like, superheroes are going to become predominant in the culture, and I laid out all the reasons why. But I also laid out all the esotericism that created superheroes. I mean, particularly Theosophy. We really don't appreciate how much of our popular culture comes from Theosophy. Dune, Star Wars, comic books, superheroes, even stuff like John Carter, Warlord of Mars. I mean, all the UFO stuff, all of it really it springs from Theosophy in the 19th century. And I sort of laid out how we sort of went from these theosophical ideas that were not necessarily mainstream, but not necessarily marginal either. There's this gray area in between, but they really influenced all the original like pulp writers, who were the guys who really came up with the first superheroes: the Shadow, Doctor Strange. Duck Savage, the Avenger, the Spider. I mean, all these characters that were basically ripped off wholesale by the original guys who did like Batman and Superman and so on. But it really is, it's very esoteric. I mean, there's a lot of occultism in superheroes, particularly in their origins and so on. And
like Doctor Strange, like half the stuff in the comic book's true. If you're into the cult at all.
Well, also, Superman, the prototype for Superman, done by the same writer-artist team was called Dr. Occult. And he started off as being sort of your classic occult detective, but then he became like basically Superman. I mean, he had like the little trunks and the boots and the cape and so on, and he flew. And just look up Dr. Occult online, and that iteration, that second iteration of Dr. Occult is just basically Superman. He just basically and Krypton means occult. Krypton is the Latin of occultus, right? So
then there's like Kal-El, like the L thing.
Yeah, all the Elohim, yes.
And it being energized by the sun, there's got to be something to that too.
Oh, well, that I go into great detail on that in Our Gods Wear Spandex. Like what I call the solar saviors. And they're all, but it's really interesting because they all trace back, that class of superheroes really traces back to Hercules, who was a solar savior. People forget that he was a savior figure. And that there were temples built to Hercules. I mean, Hercules just wasn't like a guy or a hero. He was a god, pretty much. And his stories basically were handed down through the ages. But, the guys who created Superman, were very open about, taking ideas from Hercules as well. Yeah, it's the 12 layers, exactly.
And the idea of Vajra energy, I know that you're quite good at this mythology, Chris, talking about the early origins and the Theosophists and just how much they borrowed. I come from it more from the East Asian and the Tantric Buddhist angle, like sort of like teasing out how the Theosophists, exactly like what you said, have been so influential, have deeply penetrated all occult, all religious, all kind of like academic circles, especially of our modern times. And I think they are really the base more than this like ancient origin base of, I mean, yes, of course that exists as well, but I think that the influence, the kind of cosmology, the worldview, it's very theosophical rather than a mystery cult or, any of those, or a mystery school.
Well, the Theosophy really grew out of Freemasonry, though. I mean, that's a thing that people really forget. Do you guys ever listen to Alan Watt, the late Alan Watt? Is anybody familiar with that name?
I have a little bit in the past, not a whole lot, but yeah.
So I mean, he laid out pretty well. I mean, not to be confused with Alan Watts; they're two different people. But so he was a Scottish researcher. And, he kind of pointed out that Theosophy was just basically created to be like the women's auxiliary of Freemasonry, but not like the Eastern Star. It would be more open source. And I mean, Theosophy was incredibly popular for a long time. Mm-hmm. And then we had like all these like neo-Theosophy groups.
Yes.
Alice Bailey is one of them, the Lucis Trust. But there was also Guy Ballard in the I Am movement, which influenced this woman called Elizabeth Clare Prophet, who started this whole basically doomsday cult. And they decamped, I think it was Wyoming, and they were building like nuclear shelters and so on. But yeah, I mean, this is definitely a through line that has influenced culture in more ways than we can really say. For instance, the New Age movement. The New Age movement is the mainstream now. Mm-hmm. I don't think people really appreciate that. People don't appreciate just how prevalent the New Age is, because I was around like before it became mainstreamed. I remember like the time before this, and today it's like night and day. People just don't appreciate how prevalent it is and how ubiquitous it is. And even in ways that, people might not even associate with the New Age, but it's just like Whole Foods. I mean, health food stores back in the 80s, if you went to a health food store, you were a hippie freak, you were a weirdo.
Mm-hmm.
If you weren't eating junk, if you weren't eating the shit that you buy in the supermarket, you were like, there was something wrong with you, but like stuff like acupuncture, yoga, flotation tanks. I mean, all this stuff is like, a lot of the stuff is covered by health insurance now, a lot of alternative healing modalities are covered by insurance. So it happens so slowly and is so pervasive that people just don't even notice it's there anymore. And that is a direct byproduct of Theosophy. I mean, recently we've been studying Rudolf Steiner in Anthroposophy, which, he was disenchanted with the Theosophical movement, so he started his own version of it. And again, just huge influence. But all the UFO stuff, listen, all the early UFO stuff, all the contactees and a lot of the sightings and a lot of these kind of stories that built up this whole extraterrestrial mythos, those people were all neo-theosophists or actual theosophists. I mean, these people were all involved in all these proto-New Age movements, that all were born out of Theosophy.
I know there were some early books that were written about space and stuff like that. I think H.G. Wells wrote one. So I've been kind of coming to the realizations that you're talking about right now. But I'm sorry, Jin, go ahead.
No, I was just going to agree with Chris. I'm sorry, Don, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I think it was incredibly fascinating. I don't necessarily think that they're an episteme. Like, I agree with Chris on like 99% of his conclusions on most things, I think. And so, but I do think that it is like it's a major tentacle or like the head of the octopus, but there's other octopi or whatever it is. I think, but I do think that you can trace the Theosophical, and not just exactly like Chris said, it's like neo-Theosophist, it's like different groups, subgroups. It's like a cell, almost like a terrorist cell that splits and divides and becomes amorphous and other things. And it influences contemporary occultism far more than most people know who haven't dabbled or haven't like read. And I'm not just talking like Llewellyn, that kind of stuff. I'm talking about like the small kind of like hardcore left-hand path publishing houses that like come and go. A lot of that stuff is very theosophical. It's borrowing a lot from the Nepalese kind of pantheon and a lot from the Tibetan pantheon, but it's very, very, it's not quite. It's like there's like a major change. There's changes. And so it doesn't really make sense, but then it makes sense in its own kind of cosmology. It's not coherent outside of it.
Well, see, but here's the thing. It's like, I'm not necessarily being conspiratorial about this. I mean, there were people involved in the early stage of this that had agendas. I mean, there's no question about it. But they're not necessarily the agendas that people would imagine. What we've really seen is we've just seen a major shift in the culture. And these things have agencies. They don't just happen by themselves. So I think a lot of the I think Theosophy itself, I think that like Blavatsky's books I think they lack in rigor and discernment to an extreme degree. To an extreme degree.
100%, I agree.
But the thing is this sort of morphing and melding of Eastern and Western religions it's just inevitable. Okay. And it's always happened. I mean, the Romans disdained Christianity because they said it was an Oriental perversion. They thought it was Oriental because it was so prevalent in certainly Turkey, Syria, not so much in Palestine at that point, because this is post, this is the post-fall of Jerusalem. This is post-70 AD. But they called Christianity like an Oriental perversion. I mean, and they had a long history of like crucifying the priests of Isis or whomever. A lot of these gods they eventually accepted into the pantheon. For instance, Kybele during the Second Punic War. But this kind of melding between Eastern and Western religions is always happened, and it always will. It's inevitability because of of travel and commerce.
No, 100%. I totally agree with you. I'm not anti this kind of like synchromysticism or like syncretic sort of, or like I call it like a sort of rectification of these eternalist or perennialist. I'm trying to use that word less, but eternalist truths, or and I'm okay with that, and I'm totally for it if you do it in a like textually rigorous way where things actually make sense, where the correspondences make sense. I'm not a fan of like the more new age attributions where they just throw everything into a pot and it kind of all blends together and then becomes like a slime that you can't identify. But I agree. I think that there is and it's also very saturated. Like that is sort of my orientation, is that it's already very mixed. It's, if you want to say syncretic, if you want to say it's already there, the perennial seeds are
A lot
already
of things
there.
conflict too.
I find less conflict, Daniel, than most people would be comfortable referring to, but we won't get into that. But I do think that it's a lot more the same. I think we're looking at just varying interpretations of sort of maybe a similar story or a, and I don't, it doesn't necessarily have to be conspiratorial. I do think that there is like an illuminist strain in certain religions where they have the things and it's much more obvious. It's much more like you're building to a point of understanding and seeing the symbols in other places, not just in the religion, but in the outside world. So I don't necessarily think it's a conspiracy, but I do think it exists.
Sorry,
Yeah,
you want to
that's
add to that?
a-
Did you want to respond? I mean, I think he put it quite well. I think that was very well said.
Yeah, definitely a fascinating subject. I'm sure that we could talk about this alone for hours and hours. That's a very deep thing that I think confuses a lot of people. Just a mixed mash of different cultures going into this whole like new age thing. And to me, I don't feel like the elite or the people behind the scenes or the people in secret societies, I don't think they really care. I think they enjoy it. I think it actually like helps you learn in a way, if that makes sense, if you're into that sort of thing.
Well, see, here's the thing. I mean, a lot of information, again, a lot of this information that came into the lexicon came in through like, I'm going to be just blunt here, like sort of like junk fake Christianity. Okay. Like fake stuff. A lot of the people, these just basically grifters, pseudo Christian grifters. And they were the conduit for a lot of information that came into the popular lexicon or the popular understanding, as far as conspiracy, but also like the views of other religions. Like my problem with neo-theosophy, more with the outgrowths of theosophy, is just how incredibly authoritarian they are. And, particularly, I mean, I did a big presentation on space brother cults, which for all intents and purposes are just neo-theosophy. And they all had like, basically the aliens were going to create this paradise on Earth, but it was going to be like a gulag. It's going to be a worldwide prison state, where the most innocuous offenses would be severely punished. I mean, a lot of that information, it's shocking as to how authoritarian and totalitarian these wonderful shining space brothers are. That's when you start to smell the stink of secret societies and intelligence services.
That's what's always turned me off about masonry, for example. Like, okay, you have a master mason. Well, I don't want a freaking master. Like, I don't want to call anybody master or like have 10 levels above me where I have to like be this like, get hazed or something like that. Like, that's always turned me off about fraternities or any sort of organization or group, that hierarchical structure that exists. Like I don't really think that way. I don't want to be on the bottom rung, nor do I want to be on the top rung and basically shit on others or anything like that. That's always been a huge turnoff for that sort of stuff. So I know exactly what you're talking about. Hey, Dr. Roberts joined us. Dr. Robert, are you there?
I'm here. How are you?
Doing great. Have you been listening to the interview?
Oh yeah, listening intently, man. I'm enjoying it.
Awesome. Do you have anything you'd like to add or ask our guests tonight?
I'm sure. By the way, how are you?
How
me? Are you, guys?
I'm great. How are you doing, Daniel?
I'm doing all right, man. I'm hanging in there.
Okay.
I do have one question because I kind of agree with Jen a bit, but I think the problem is, or it could be a problem, is that we as Westerners have a problem of imposing scientific restrictions on religious or spiritual systems, because they're really not. So we treat them as they're static, because science wants to like always be able to like predict things. They're looking for consistency in those type of things, right? With spirituality and and religion, these are more like art forms.
I agree. I totally agree with you, sir. I mean, you really very well put. I mean, science and religion to me should be, what Stephen Jay Gould called non-overlapping magisteria. They should be separate realms because they don't do the same thing. And, one of the things that I always say is that when you mix science with mysticism, all you do is end up with bad science and bad mysticism. And they're two different avenues of inquiry, let's just say. I mean, they're two different ways to frankly go in different directions. I mean, they shouldn't be conflated. And I mean, I understand why a lot of the skeptic groups were so up in arms, because they wanted to protect the status quo and stuff. And I mean, a lot of them were compromised and so on. But you're absolutely right. It's and this is also why I have a problem with New Age pseudoscience too. Like trying to qualify and quantify the spiritual, I think just get you nowhere.
Oh yeah, most definitely. And also too, we have to this is where history comes in too, because we have to figure out how we can detect where this particular misunderstanding or flaw took place. And what I'm reflecting on is Rene Descartes, right? Because a lot of people don't know, man, like when Rene first wanted to introduce his ideas to like the church, basically, he was getting ready to go he had just delivered his manuscript to the printing press, right? And then as soon as he's walking out, he just heard what happened to Galileo, right? This motherfucker sprinted back to the printer and had that shit burned, right? but right then and there, he understood that he had to create a ruse, right? And this is where we get like I think, therefore I am. Cogito ergo sum, basically. Because what he was trying to convince the church, basically, is that, because what they're trying to do, they're trying to overthrow Aristotelian science, basically. Right? Because you have Thomas Aquinas at the time, and then you kind of have like this mixture of like, Aristotle's philosophy, and then they mix it because Aristotle's philosophy kind of helps them make sense of Christianity. Or give Christianity more teeth, basically, right? But then you have Rene Descartes coming in with these ideas which kind of contradict, and then Galileo will contradict what the church and things were saying, right? So Rene had to create, or Descartes had to create a ruse. That's what you got to get, because what he's trying to basically explain to the church, basically, is that no matter what I do, no matter what science does, you cannot challenge the idea of God. Because the fact that I think presupposes an I, right? So that's going to always be there. And this is where you get the problem at, right? No matter what we do, the idea of God always persists. And the reason why it always persists, because it's not falsifiable. You can't falsify it. It's a belief. And it goes back to like when people say like these different systems and they're hoaxes. I don't think they're hoaxes at all. Maybe some might be. You might have like one unscrupulous character. What you're really happening is you having other people reading these words, which were ambiguous in and of themselves, being inspired and understanding what they're reading in a different way. And then you have other people who kind of get turned on by this particular person's understanding or interpretation of the words they read. And then that becomes like a challenging interpretation of other interpretations. It's just that somebody came along and maybe they're very creative or very artistic, and whatever way they read these words, they were able to extract a whole new meaning, a whole new system out of it. It doesn't mean it's wrong, because you have to go back to the Bible. See, in spirituality and religion, language and the word is a living thing. Science makes it static.
Well, science is about kind of killing things and taking them apart and see how they work. You know, I mean, you know, you've got to dissect the frog to see what's inside of it, and that's kind of the scientific mindset. I don't think that's going to last. I think we're already sort of on the tail end of that. You know, there is the scientific method, which I have immense respect for. I think it's one of the greatest tools that we've developed in our history. But there are a lot of different ways to understand science and to understand not science, you know, science that is outside of science. And what it really boils down to me is results, you know, and it's kind of like, you know, Christ said, by their fruits you shall know them, right? What that really is what are the results of this? You know, when you're trying to figure out whether a path or an approach or philosophy or a science, anything like that is valid, you need to look at the results. What does it result in? And this is why I would argue that, you know, a sort of present, I mean, I don't even know what you would call just bedlam and chaos, you know, and, you know, just in this, certainly in this country, just, I don't, you know, there's no foundational myth, there's no coherent philosophy behind governance or the running of society. It's chaotic, and we're seeing what the fruits of that are. We're seeing what that's resulting in.
But that goes back to what you were saying earlier, because, and this is why, like, I mean, like, we use words like totalitarianism and authoritarianism, but that's exactly what a spiritual master has to do. See, like the problem why you have people who don't really achieve enlightenment, things like, because they don't want to be mastered. You know, Christ was a shepherd. That means you have to give shit up. I tell people that all the time. If I want to be a great fighter in a boxing ring, I can't just sit on the couch, eat candy, pizza, chocolate, drink soda. You know, I got to get my ass off the couch. I got to run. I got to give up shit. You know what I mean? I can't have sex. You know what I mean? And by doing these things, it's supposed to help you kind of shape your spirit into this kind of higher form of consciousness, basically. But that requires discipline. But now in this world, and that goes back to the elite thing you're talking, because Aristotle talks about that too. He talks about the children of the elite always have the worst character. For exactly like you said.
Absolutely.
They get everything handed to them.
Yeah.
They, you know, basically what he's saying is that because they don't have any hardships, their soul becomes impotent, basically. It is just like their soul growth becomes stunted because it's the hardships and trials, you know what I mean, that we grow into our spiritual awareness, right? Because God is a blacksmith, right? He puts
makes me think
fire,
of that
he beats
book,
you.
the other side of the tracks with the greasers and the socials. Remember the two gangs were fighting, like the socials were the privileged kids.
Oh yeah, yeah, and the outsiders.
Like the outsiders. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that was Pony Boy. We're doing it for John. We're doing it for John.
Well, you know, but when I was talking about authoritarian and totalitarian, I was talking about like these groups that have bizarre ideas that are unfalsifiable as well. You know, these ideas about UFOs and space brothers and all that kind of stuff. And they're basically selling vaporware, you know, for lack of a better term. But they, you know, just look at the structure of cults, you know, look at the structure of where cults, the authority becomes the modus operandi. You know, it's the raison d'etre for these things to exist. You know, it's purely about sociopaths exerting control over other human beings. And that's what concerns me about the UFO stuff. I mean, I thank God that people aren't falling for it, which I'm just so relieved by. And I think a lot of it, again, is what I'm saying. The way this has all been rolled out has been so haphazard and so half-assed, because these people are cultists. They just assume that they'll just present their cultic beliefs to the world, and everybody will just fall down and praise them. That's not how it works. And I think that is just a microcosm of this larger macrocosm of just complete systemic failure that I think that we're seeing. I think that we're kind of on the road to. I hope that somebody can get us off that road, believe me. But it's as far as what you're saying, like in a master, like I used to study martial arts, and it's just like, whatever your sensei says goes, right? I mean, it's just you are there to learn at their feet. You are there to learn from their expertise.
That's a good point, definitely.
But that's a voluntary submission.
And if you don't listen to your sensei, or you don't listen to your coach, you're probably going to get your butt kicked.
Oh yeah. You're not gonna learn how to fight, basically. So,
yeah, because that's why you're there. You're paying money to learn from them. What are you gonna sit there and like be rebellious and not listen to what they have to say? That makes no sense.
So when you have like an elitist class that's kind of coddled, and you start to see like the people who kind of have like like this golden key, or this golden ticket is a better word, into like political power, basically. Because like whenever you really study the ancients, man, like the state is like a parental figure, basically, and then we as human beings are supposed to mirror the values, customs, and traditions of the state, right? But when you have the people in control of the state, which are just sociopaths, like you're saying, right? You know what I mean? What happens
sociopaths
is that we start to mirror our leaders, who are our parents. We start to mirror their behavior. And this is what is called a moral hazard, basically. When people start to see that there are certain people who are just like being able to just, do whatever the fuck they want to do, and nothing happens to them, that starts to make people question, why in the fuck do I have to do this shit? But that brings me back to something I wanted to ask you, though. Like, what are they trying to do? What is happening? Like maybe you don't know, but if you did know, what do you assume, or could you imagine what the real issue is, what the real plan is, what they're trying to pull off, what you think they're failing at? So what do you believe they're trying to pull off?
Well, I don't think you really need to speculate. I mean, they've been pretty open about it. They want to create a technocratic slave state. We're all monitored completely. Our incomes are controlled. Our purchasing is controlled. Our consumption is controlled. Our movements are controlled. Our travels are controlled. This stuff, you don't have to speculate. All you have to do is just read, this literature that these groups and these elite factions put out. I mean, they're pretty open about what they want to do. And I think I think that technocracy cannot succeed. Even if you sort of push it over the finish line, you sort of get these things all put in place, they're all going to fail. Without a doubt, without question. First of all, because like I said, sophisticated, elaborate, the more complex your system is, the more fragile it becomes, because there are just so many moving parts that all have to work in concert. And if you start taking, it's like a chain. If you start weakening certain links in the chain, it's the whole chain is going to fail. So just multiply that times 1 billion, because that's really what's going on. And they've been, these globalists, let's just call it globalism. That's the term I use. I get very irritated when people use terms like Nazism or communism or whatever. It's just like, that's not relevant. They're globalists. After the Second World War, all the different factions got together, winners and losers, and said, well, let's create this new world order. And they, that's a term that comes from at least H.G. Wells. And H.G. Wells wrote a book called The New World Order, right? So they want to create this science fiction technocratic, what they think is utopia, but everyone else thinks is dystopia. But I think I honestly, I got to be honest with you. I think at this point in time, they all know that that isn't going to work. I think they all know it's going to fail. That's why they're buying all these bolt holes in the South Pacific, to sort of, these bug out rooms, to go when the shit hits the fan. I don't think they even have confidence in their own planning. It's almost like they're just so invested in these pipe dreams, these 200-year-old pipe dreams, that they've got to see it through. But this is why I'm saying that I think that the NATO powers are really, really desperate to start World War III, because that would do a number of different things. It would depopulate the world to a great extent. I mean, anywhere from like a quarter to 3/4 or more of the population could be wiped out. You wouldn't have to deal with all that stuff. You could, you wouldn't have to worry about the old systems being in place, because they'd all be destroyed. They could all be replaced with this new system. But the new system is insane. And the new system is the pipe dream of like I said, pederastic toffs, pampered, rich, delusional people who don't even know what it costs to buy a loaf of bread. They have just no understanding of how the world really works, because they've never lived in the world. So if you've got people in this, and a lot of people have commented on, how you no longer have social mobility in this country, that the elites have locked everything down, what they call the managerial class. But the problem with all those people is that they don't know anything. Right. They have all this information pumped into their heads, but they've never done anything except for go to conferences and go to classes. They've never done anything.
Is it possible that the managerial class are cartoon characters, and that obviously this is Shakespeare, the world is all a stage, and I really believe that they're leaving a hole open for folks like us to be that third that gets to survive? Do you think that's possible, Mr. Knowles?
I certainly hope so. I do hope
they could
so.
wipe us out if they wanted to, wouldn't you say?
It's never that easy. It's never that easy. Particularly in this country, there are 300 million firearms floating around out there. Even with the tanks, we see what's going on in Gaza, just dropping munitions on these people 24 hours a day.
Right.
But, then they go underground, so it's never as easy. I really think that the New World Order pipe dream is fading. And I think that's why they're so desperate. I think that they put all their stock in this whole concept that they grew up, these stories they grew up hearing from being very young, and they just never questioned it. That's the other thing too, is that totalitarian and authoritarian structures like the meritocracy, like the managerial class, self-criticism becomes verboten.
Right.
Self-criticism is seen as treason.
But that's their weakness.
What's that?
That's their weakness.
They have several weaknesses, believe me. They have several weaknesses. But that is very high among them. It used to be, that we would not elect people president unless they had like military experience or something of that nature. People who just had proved themselves in the world, had done things, didn't just enter into this governmental system, this anthill that they just worked their way through.
That used to be a big thing before every election. It'd always be, oh, he didn't serve, or he did serve. You don't really hear talk about that anymore.
Never, because the managerial class hasn't been in the military for 50 years now. Ever since the draft, but even before that, they all got exemptions. None of those people went to Vietnam, or most of them never went to Vietnam. They say John Kerry did, but that's always kind of been questioned. They all got deferments. College deferments mostly. It's not going to work. It is not going to work. And there's always the possibilities of black swans and just unforeseen shit that is always going to happen. And I think that our ruling class is very fragile. Is very fragile. I think that they're fragile physically, emotionally, spiritually, because they've only existed as cogs in this very elaborate machine. They've never gone hungry, they've never worried about paying the bills. They've never, had their car repossessed. They've never had anything bad happen to them, and maybe outside, like somebody got sick or whatever, somebody died in a skiing accident or something of that nature. But they have been insulated their entire lives for generations now from the pain and suffering of human existence. Right? And this is how empires always have fallen. Always. They've always grown into what's called decadence. You have a decadent, and that doesn't mean just like, they're all into like, having sex with kids and all that other stuff. And that's not a question. But I'm saying the decadence isn't just their physical activities. The decadence is their delusions, their delusional thinking. And yeah, America might be stronger in relation to, say, Europe, which is very weak now, extremely weak, frighteningly weak, which I think is the part of this whole push towards World War III now. It's almost like a last-ditch effort to try and save this project. But the project has always been insane. It's always been evil, and it's always been delusional. It's always been guaranteed to fail. But these people all live in bubbles of privilege that have insulated them, like I said, for generations from these realities.
Chris, what do you think of this whole thing about there being ancient astronauts, that the people called gods that jump-started civilization? Specifically, I'm talking about the Anunnaki. Do you think there's anything to that, or is this another one of these deceptions they put out there? What are your thoughts on the Anunnaki?
I think it's really complicated. I was into that stuff for a very long time, and not so much anymore. But there are a lot of questions. There are a lot of things that we don't understand about our history, and there are a lot of mysteries, and there are a lot of enigmas. Unfortunately, that whole ancient aliens mentality has completely muddied the waters, and I think really debased the whole philosophy, or the let's call it like a method of inquiry. And I'll be just perfectly frank with you. It was because of Ancient Aliens that I just stopped paying attention to that stuff, because I'd watch that show intermittently, usually like on Daily Motion or something, and I'd watch it and I'd be like, this is stupid, and I know how I've done a lot of documentaries like the way that show is produced, and I know it's just all nonsense, because you go into a studio and they give you a list of things that they basically want you to say, but they just want you to put them into their own words, and it's so obvious that that's how Ancient Aliens works. I think Ancient Aliens just kind of like just basically destroyed that whole thing, in the same way that DeLonge's outfit kind of destroyed ufology. I'm kind of grateful for that. I don't think people should really be. We have enough to worry about. We have enough on our plate today about today, the things going on today, that we really probably shouldn't be worrying about all these, these historical mysteries, most of which are probably unanswerable, or a lot of which maybe, I don't want to say never, never say never and all that kind of thing. But I think most of these quandaries that people have about, like, say, like the pyramids of Machu Picchu, or, all these sites, megalithic sites and so on, we just don't know. And I think that all we can do is theorize, because, the people who built all these things didn't leave records as to what they were doing. So I used to, back in the 90s, forget it, I was into all that stuff, but I was also into like Graham Hancock and all that kind of thing, Robert Duvall, Robert Schoch, all those sort of new alt historian types. I'm not putting any of it down. I'm just saying I'm not into it anymore because it just doesn't seem relevant to the problems that we face today.
And earlier, you talked a little bit about Christ, and I'm curious where you stand on the whole subject. Was there Jesus Christ? Was he the Son of God? Could this be a Roman deception? Is he coming back? Your thoughts on Jesus Christ?
Jesus definitely existed. Whatever people say to the contrary, there's plenty of attestation that he was a real person who existed. The theological issues are up to the individual to decide. But, all this kind of what they call mythicism, I just think it's all nonsense, to be honest with you. And it's just a lot of people trying too hard to make, mountains out of molehills. If you look at the arc of history, so many important historical figures, there's almost, next to no documentation on. Very little. And hardly any of it is primary source. Most of it is like writings of rewritings and passed down over millennia. So, but with Christ, we have the epistles, we have the letters of Paul and Peter and these other figures who wrote in their names and so on. So there was clearly, these people clearly knew each other. And there's also what I call the criterion of embarrassment. I did a very large debunking of mythicism in my book, The Endless American Midnight. And I talk about the reason I think that mythicism is untenable is because there's so much information that the gospel writers feel that they need to sort of explain that maybe Jesus didn't have a great reputation. Maybe Jesus was known and was seen as just another failed insurrectionist. All these kind of things that the gospel writers feel that they need to address, particularly in regards to John the Baptist. And, Josephus had said in the Antiquities of the Jews that the diaspora following the fall of the Jerusalem temple was blamed, the Jews blamed that on those who rejected John the Baptist, that he was seen as the major figure. So there's a lot of stuff like that. If you really go through the Gospels with a fine-tooth comb, you really start to see this stuff. But you also see, you also just feel that there's a realness here. There's a real personalities coming through. So particularly in the epistles. So I don't think, I do think that Jesus existed. I do think that he had a following. I do think he ran afoul of the temple authorities. I do think that he was, crucified. And then you can just take it. It's up to you personally to see where you're going to take it. According to your faith inclinations. I just feel, very strongly that this was a real individual, and that all the other stuff I think is just, it's just talk. It's just jibber jabber. Ultimately it doesn't really make much sense, to be honest with you. I don't want to get myself into trouble because there are, people sort of in this general community who sort of subscribe to those ideas, but I don't think any of them are valid at all, to be honest with you.
Interesting. And I think at the end of the day, I'd probably have to agree with you on that. What about some of these characters like Joe Rogan? He's super popular, or he was, like a few years ago. He might have kind of leveled out since then. Or Alex Jones, still a major figurehead in the conspiracy community.
Jones is bigger than ever. They tried to destroy him, and he's, it's like Obi-Wan Kenobi or something. They tried to destroy him with all these legal judgments and everything, and he just keeps growing physically as well. It keeps getting bigger. Joe Rogan, I don't know, man. I'm going to get myself into trouble, but I've always thought he's an incredibly mediocre mind at best. He was kind of big in my circles about 10 years or so ago. And I would listen or I'd watch him on YouTube. And I just thought, this guy is not really that bright.
Oh.
And I'll tell you, the DMT shit that he was pushing, I just really thought that was incredibly irresponsible. DMT is not a toy. DMT can get you into a shit ton of trouble if you're not careful.
There you go. And he's pushing
DMT can destroy your life. And he's pushing it as
he's pushing on a regular basis. Yeah. Like, try this, kids.
DMT is spirit molecule. That's just an infomercial for DMT.
Totally. It's like, hey, well, let's legalize drugs, but right as we do, tell everybody to use DMT, especially kids first.
Yeah, it's
all around the country they've loosened. Come on, everybody in Oregon and Washington, you can do whatever the fuck you want, but let's push DMT too, so that kids take that first.
Well, I will tell you, quite honestly, that I think that
Chris, pardon me to interrupt you before this goes further. Thank you for coming on here, buddy. Boy, you are just a fucking brilliant mind, in my opinion. If I'd known you were coming on, I would have wrote down a whole bunch of questions about comic books and different things, because we got you on here right now. But anyways, I wanted to say, on this, I want to show you that you're talking about John Carter of Mars.
There you go.
I got John Carter of Mars number 2, 3, and 4.
That's a Gil Kane cover, isn't it?
Yeah, and I got 3 and 4 also. I need to get number 1.
I had all those comics. I love that shit.
Oh yeah, and then John Carter of Mars. It's written by Edgar Rice Burroughs.
That's correct.
Who's friends of H.P. Lovecraft, which I know you're well studied into.
Yeah, I did a big thing on Lovecraft because I was showing how the Cthulhu mythos, bit of a tongue twister there, was lifted in whole cloth from Alice Bailey. That Alice Bailey wrote a lot of these books that ironically were about the Watcher Angels, the fallen angels, that she said were the good guys. I mean, she actually says that, like the Watchers, the fallen angels were the good guys.
Yeah, she did. She had a different view of the good and bad was different in her model.
Totally inverted. But a lot of stuff in Lovecraft was taken with minimal revision from Bailey. And I went through quote for quote, showing how all these lines in the Call of Cthulhu really come from Alice Bailey. Even the language, because she was using all the term like the old ones and the great old ones and all that kind of terminology that people associate with Lovecraft. Lovecraft is an interesting figure. I think he was a pedophile. I'm going to get myself in all sorts of trouble tonight. I think he was a pedophile. I think he left Providence to go to Brooklyn because I think it was a get out of Dodge kind of deal. I think his marriage to that woman, what was it, Sylvia Green? I think that was just a marriage of convenience. That's
how the ADL got started. Protecting a pedophile.
Yeah. I think he was also being used because he was always complaining that he never had money. He'd live on a loaf of bread and a can of beans a week, but somehow he was traveling all across North America and going to places like weird, off the beaten path places that no tourist would ever go. Like, why is he going to, I don't know, like Richmond or, places like that? Just, particularly at that
down to New Orleans.
Exactly. I think he was a courier. I think he was working as a courier. I don't think he was just traveling to these places, these secondary cities, tertiary cities, to sightsee. I think that he was under somebody's thumb. I think he got caught with his hands in the cookie jar, which caused him to leave Providence. And was on. I think that there was a, what's the name of that guy who? There was somebody who's basically, oh, I'm frozen. Oh, everybody's frozen.
But we can hear you.
Okay, so there's a guy who he was friendly with, who clearly was his handler, because this guy was in the expeditionary force, and was
What
also.
was his name? What was his name?
Remember his name again? Oh gosh,
sorry. Yeah.
So bad with names.
It's all good. Never mind.
It's right on the tip of my tongue. I mean, it's a fairly well-known figure. He wrote that story on the Yazidi, but I think he was clearly Lovecraft's handler. I think that Lovecraft got on the hook because he got in trouble.
Yazidi.
And he was sort of traveling around, basically delivering.
Well, you know what's intriguing, Chris, is all the friends of Lovecraft, because he's friends with all the most influential writers and shapers of horror and science fiction, as you're aware. Mm-hmm. And so it kind of shapes the milieu of the country, and they all attribute their inspiration to Lovecraft. All these artists and authors are just like, it was Lovecraft. You know, it's him.
This is what I'm talking about with the Theosophy, though, because he admitted, he came out and said that he was influenced by Theosophical literature. He mentioned a book that I have over here on Atlantis and Lemuria that was so theosophical. It was published by the Theosophical Publishing House. So he claimed to be like a skeptic and a rationalist. I don't think he was at all. I think that was just basically a cover. But a lot of those guys were weird dudes. I mean, you know, Robert E.
Mr.
Howard.
Knowles, is it possible for there to be a modern literature, phenom like those people?
No.
That's so sad.
No, we're at the tail end of pop culture, guys. I mean, listen, I worked in pop culture since I was in high school. You know, I started working for New England Comics, who published The Tick, if you remember that series.
Yeah. Wow.
Sure, yeah.
Wow.
Well, I started working for them in '84. Well, actually, late '83. And my entire adult life up until 2020 was spent working in popular culture. You name it. I worked on every major property that you can think of. No, it's over. A lot of it is a natural death. A lot of it is because of just brutal and ruthless overexposure of these stories and these ideas and these characters. They just got, they just like squeezed every drop of blood out of them they could possibly get.
Chris, were they bringing these guys, were the people behind the comics? Have you ever heard of this book, Up and Oy Vey, published in 2006?
What's it called?
Up and Oy Vey.
No, I've never heard of that. No.
Published in 2006 by Samicha Weinstein. But it's about how Jewish mysticism infiltrated, or not infiltrated, but all the comic book characters are created off of Jewish mysticism. Your book, Our Gods Wear Spandex, same subject, kind of.
Yeah,
about how all these comic book characters.
I don't buy that argument, to be honest with you. Maybe as far as like some Jewish mysticism inspired Freemasonry, Rosicrucianism, Theosophy, all these other the Golden Dawn, certainly, like specifically the Kabbalah. But I think it was so filtered through through an occult lens that I think it sort of lost all the Jewish components to it. The other thing too is that a lot of people who write these books assume that Batman and Superman and Captain America and all these characters aren't just all ripoffs of earlier characters that were written by people who, a lot of whom were outwardly occultists, outwardly theosophists, and most of whom were not Jewish. So I don't go along with that. I've seen a lot of those kind of arguments, and I just don't think they're supportable.
And this book is not downplaying it; it is upplaying it. This book up and away. It's
No,
like
I know what you're saying. I
they're
mean,
not.
I'm familiar with that way of thinking, but I just don't think it's supportable. I think that the people who were coming up with these characters were reading the same trash and junk that everyone else was reading. I don't think
that kind of reminds me of
What's that?
that movie Unbreakable.
Yeah.
With Samuel Jackson and
How so? How so?
Because that was the whole premise of the book, basically. That all that all the Egyptians, they're really comic books, right? And that he was kind of like trying to prove his theory, right? Because Bruce Willis is this guy that's like, this guy who's like, he finds out, later on that like he can't be killed. He's unbreakable, right? So then he starts saving people and helping people, right? And then Samuel Jackson knows who he is because he's kind of like this super villain, right? And then over time, he kind of comes in, he kind of explains to the guy what he is, while at the same time, not allowing this guy to understand he's also his nemesis, right? Because he had to believe basically that, like everything in the universe comes in two, right? So if you have the unbreakable man, you have the fragile man. And apparently, like Samuel Jackson's character was like super fragile. He walked with a cane. You can blow on him and you can break a bone, basically. But with that fragility came like a super mindset. So the motherfucker was real super smart. But he was basically saying like the hieroglyphics and a lot of shit that we saw in Egypt on the wall and in Rome, they were really comic books. And these were comic books.
Yeah.
Totally.
Well, I wanted to say something before I just
comic book heroes in the sense that they're heroes and maybe the story behind them is fiction. So yeah, in that sense,
yeah. Mind too, like, and I'm gonna say this one point, and I'll let Clint take over. And this is where you got to, whenever you talk about like a different like culture, especially ancient cultures, group of gods, you have to figure out what type of gods are they, right? They're not like the Christian God. They're not omnipotent. They're megapotent. Like they die. Like remember, like the Fates. Like remember, that's why like Zeus was like really like careful how he approached the Fates, because they're the women who control like the Fates and they can cut your string and kill you. Well, in Greek mythology, the gods will one day die. Like everything died, basically. They just lived longer than what we did, basically.
But the whole mythology shifted into like the Fates after so the mythology changed from the Titans, the ancient old ones, to the more like the Fates.
They're megapotent. They're just better than fucking human beings.
Yeah, that's really interesting stuff. Clint, what did you want to get in there?
I've got that's my point. Two master of the obvious points. One, the guest's camera is frozen.
yeah. I don't know if that happened because I brought everybody on, but sorry about that.
Well, second is that nobody's going to have the freedom of religion if we don't peacefully reinstate the Constitution, and that every war since the Korean War was waged by the United Nations Security Council pursuant to Article 43 of United Nations Charter, and that the Participation Act, the Open Skies Treaty, the Disarmament Act, all these different things have created a state of unconstitutionality, and that every court in the nation violates the Constitution on a daily basis, and that we don't have any gold or silver coin pursuant to the gold-silver clause, which is protected by the Supremacy Clause, and that if we don't make this country, if we don't save America, there's not going to be any freedom anywheres, because we need the Constitution reinstated so that we can limit the powers of government, and so we can regain our creator endowed rights protected by the Constitution.
Ronald Reagan said, if we lose freedom here, there's nowhere to run to.
Oh, I don't trust Reagan because
famous speech. Me neither. I couldn't.
In college,
I'm just saying it's the same principle though. If we lose the Constitution, our right to speak and that, which some argue we have already. Then there's nothing left. Yeah, there's nowhere to run.
Daniel, I'm gonna have to bail here because I'm freezing up.
Oh yeah, definitely. No worries.
Nice meeting you.
What's that?
Oh, he said nice meeting you.
Oh, nice meeting you too. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. My
awesome,
camera's
Chris.
frozen, my browser is frozen. Everything's frozen up.
Oh man. Well, that's it's a sign because we've gone over 2 hours, so we've probably used enough of your time as is, Chris. But let's go ahead and conclude things. Sorry about your camera. Would really like to say goodbye to you in real time. Thank you everybody for hopping on the panel as well. But Chris, let's go ahead and draw things to a close. First off, thank you so much for sharing so much of your time with us. It's been one heck of an interview. I've been having a great time. But let's go ahead and open things up one more time. Let you step up on that soapbox one more time, step behind the podium, and just say whatever you would like to say to the End of Days Radio audience out there.
Stay on top of things and question everything. Accept nothing until you've thoroughly exhausted all other possibilities. There's going to be a lot of deception flying around, and already is, by the way. And you need to disengage yourself from it. Don't get caught up in other people's crusades. Don't get caught up in other people's causes. Don't fall for all the psyops and mind games that are going to just become more and more prevalent, more and more ubiquitous, more and more hard to avoid. It's really incumbent on all of us to stay sane and to stay centered and to stay out of all these traps that they're building for us.
Awesome. And following up from that, is there anything that you would like to plug at all? Social media, links, upcoming appearances? Please plug anything and everything that you would like to.
Well, like I said, my new book is called The Spandex Files, and it's available in hardcover on Amazon. It's a beautiful book, very lavishly illustrated. You can follow links to all my other books there. You can find me at secretsun.blogspot.com, and you can find me as The Secret Sun Speaks on Twitter at Secret Sun Blog. And the Patreon is really rocking and rolling. We've been doing a lot of really intense study, 3-4 hour live streams, all very heavy information, slideshows, presentations, really very in-depth. I'm trying to build a place that I would want to be part of, that I was always looking for my whole life, sort of a place where all this information can be discussed thoroughly and rationally and without rancor and a lot of the nonsense that we see so much of these days in the conspiracy.
I love that. Definitely can relate to that as well. Chris, I had a great time, like I said earlier, and I'd certainly like to follow up with you in the future and see whatever new you have working on or whatever research you're doing or whatever opinions you've formed.
Excellent. Appreciate that greatly.
Absolutely. Well, until next time, my friend, you have a great night.
You too, sir.
My God, the Secret Sun speaks. He spoke. He said much. He said enough. My God, over 2 hours of amazing content. Where else do you get this besides here, right? Where else do you get this stuff besides here? Amazing. Special shout out to Jin, who actually recommended him as a guest. Thank you, Jin. And we are going to head into our break period, which means that we will be firing up our engines and heading down the rabbit hole with the infamous Dr. Robert. Dr. Robert, are you there?
Here, man. You ready?
Oh, am I indeed ready? Yes, I am. Down the Rabbit Hole is a special segment of End of Days Radio. It is a show within a show where Dr. Robert takes you deep into the unknown. Dr. Robert, I am going to play your theme and then please take over.
I first would like to begin with prayer. since the idol is your face. I have become an idolater because the wine is from your cup. I have become a drunkard in the existence of your love. I have become non-existent. But this non-existence connected to yin and yang is better than all of existence. I say, Orishis be praised. Inspired by Rumi. Welcome to Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert, the podcast where one question can make you look tall, and another question can make you look small, very small. My name is Dr. Robert, and I'm your host. Well, kind of. Daniel-san is the host, and this show is just a mere segment of In Today's radio show. In today's episode 12, we are going to dive deeper, and even more deeper into our investigation on whether a secret Nazi cabal is taking place in the U.S. corridors of political power and influence. In our last episode 11, we continued our exploration of a very enlightening discussion about how the use of occult themes, rituals, became an accepted part of psychological warfare planning. As such, we learned that the Special Operations Research Office, SORO, at the American University, prepared a paper at the request of the U.S. Army on witchcraft, sorcery, magic, and other psychological phenomena, and their implication on military and paramilitary operations in the Congo. We also, in addition, discussed an operation known as Wandering Souls, a military operation where Army PSYOPs personnel used deeply held cultural beliefs and fear as a weapon during the Vietnam War. And now, in this episode 12, we seek to understand what exactly is Operation Paperclip and what that means for the future of America. Long I pondered my Red Queen's cryptic talk of victory, but time has proven her wise. From working class people to working class people everywhere, the word was spread that bold Dr. Robert and his White Rabbit Kill Squad, so far from home, offer up their lives, not just for working class people, but for all American people, and the promise that America holds. Now here, on this ragged podcast called In Today's Radio, the wascally White Rabbit hordes face annihilation. Just there, the White Rabbits huddle in sheer terror, gripping tight their hearts with icy bunny whiskers, knowing full well that merciless horrors they will suffer at the hands and hunting rifles of the White Rabbit Kill Squad. Yet they stare now across the plain at the fierce White Rabbit Kill Squad, commanding hordes of working class people. White Rabbit Kill Squad war cry, hooty hoo, hooty hoo, ha, ha, I'm the greatest. The White Rabbit is far more technically advanced than we are. Good odds for the fighting spirit of the White Rabbit Kill Squad. On this podcast, In Today's Radio, we rescue a world from occultism, Nazism, greed, and political whoredom, and usher in a new future for all working class people and a brighter collective reality that is more satisfying than anything we can imagine. That's my rendition of the 300. White Rabbit Kill Squad War Cry! Hootie hoo! Hootie hoo! What is Operation Paperclip? And what does that mean? There had to have been a level in which the US government leaders identified with the Nazis, or at least admired them. There had to be a point at which the crimes of the Holocaust were considered a minor problem, a mere irritant, a kind of public relations nuisance, if you will, that was overshadowed by the glamour of a perfectly run superstate of the Third Reich. There must have also been, ladies and gentlemen, an understanding that the ideologies of America and Nazi Germany were more alike than that of America and the Soviet Union. This is because there's just no other way to interpret what took place at the very end of the war from a moral standpoint. What transpired can only be considered a war crime in itself. Dun, dun, dun! In 1945, Nazi scientists using slave labor from concentration camps were in a race to develop superweapons to enable Hitler to win the war. They were working at Peenemünde in Nordhausen, famous rocket laboratories where the V1 and V2 rockets were designed, which made life such hell in Great Britain, and were even newer and more lethal rockets and weapons were being developed. Could you imagine that? Albert Einstein was worried that the Nazis were on the verge of developing an atomic bomb and communicated this concern to President Roosevelt. And what was worse, Russian troops were presently advancing toward Peenemünde from the east and would capture the Nazi rocket scientists. Oh no. In their laboratory factories. Oh no. Oh my. In blueprints. Oh shit. Thus permitting the Soviets unprecedented access to the art of German engineering. The art of German engineering. Policymakers in Washington knew that the next major conflict would be fought between guess who? The United States and the Soviet Union. And the US could not, under any motherfucking circumstances, permit the Russians to have the upper hand in technology. So, ladies and gentlemen, it was of the utmost importance that those scientists, or as many of them as possible, made it to American shores, out of reach of Russians, and more importantly, perhaps, pressed into service to the United States. In the end, ladies and gentlemen, several wartime intelligence operations were put into motion. The most famous of those is Operation Paperclip. Of course, yet outside poorly researched, poorly documented newsletters, websites, pamphlets produced by the fraternity of conspiracy theorists, very little information about Paperclip and its implications and ramifications is available to the modern American reading public. And, to no surprise, it is no longer discussed in Congress. It is not debated on CNN. Now, I'm not going to ask the audience why they think that it is the case, because I'm pretty sure you can imagine why this clandestine operation is no longer discussed in Congress, nor debated in the media. Can you not? One of the most accessible of the Paperclip studies is Linda Hunt's Secret Agent or Secret Agenda, published in 1991. Yet by 1999, that book was out of print in English and unavailable. Imagine that. Recourse was had to the translated edition, which I'm told was ordered from Paris under its French title, L'Affaire Paperclip. Other important works include Tom Bauer's 2 books, as well as another very important work by Christopher Simpson, Blowback. Much information contained in these volumes, ladies and gentlemen, had to be extricated from the grasp of the U.S. government under the Freedom of Information Act by the authors and their sources, and it's revealing the thousands of documents, thousands of fucking documents about the Second World War and Allied intelligence activities are still classified to this motherfucking day. The picture that is revealed is not a pretty one. Even as late as 1983, with the deportation of Nazi war criminal Klaus Barbie, the American government was denying that any mass recruitment of war criminals had ever taken place on U.S. soil or under the U.S. government authority. Dun, dun, dun. History now tells us a different story. Most people who have heard of Paperclip assume that it was a program to bring Nazi scientists to the United States to assist in the space program, a concept that is at least partially true, as we shall all see. There was much more to Paperclip and to the subsequent Nazi recruitment than rocket science. Bullshit you not. Nazi medical personnel was also recruited, as well as psychological warfare experts. And with Gehlen, pronounced Gehlen, organization, spies, assassins, and saboteurs were also recruited. Eventually, some of these important Nazi war criminals wound up holding impressive executive positions in American industry, principally high technology firms in the aerospace and military hardware industries. That indefatigable researcher and conspirologist, the late Mae Brussel, even suggested that the Paperclip Nazis had been involved in the Kennedy assassination. The goddamn Kennedy assassination. Did everybody hear that? The goddamn Kennedy assassination. Paperclip Nazis involved in the goddamn Kennedy assassination. True on that. While that theory seems very far-fetched, there are some disturbing connections between the recruited Nazis and people close to the assassination, and that we'll all explore a bit later in another upcoming episode. It is important to realize that at the end of the war, the new enemy was the Soviet Union. Even though America and Russia had been allies during the war against Nazi Germany, it was, after all, General Patton himself who tried to convince Washington that we were pointing our weapons in the wrong fucking direction and should make all haste to invade Russia and put an end to the Soviet state once and for fucking all. American school children never learned that. In the end of World War I, we had tried to do just that. Shocking? Not. Most people also never learned that the Catholic Church and various Eastern Orthodox churches were also involved in rescuing these war criminals and assisting them to find new homes and employers in the Americas, North and South. Wow. The Catholic Church secretly conspiring with Nazis. Shocking? Not! Could you imagine how that contradicts everything the church supposedly stands for? Chew on that a bit in your spare time, ladies and gentlemen. Some, such as Alois Brunner, even wound up in the Middle East, in Syria and Egypt, creating secret police organizations there and working for the CIA via Gehlen organizations. In fact, Brunner, hold on to your seats, ladies and gentlemen, has been accused of murdering more than 120,000 men, women, children, and babies. That's men, women, children, and babies during the war in countries ranging from France and Greece to Slovakia. Other Nazis wound up as far away as Australia, and it has been suggested in regions as remote as the mountains of northern Thailand and the islands of the Indonesian archipelago. Curious. Curious indeed. The Paperclip story, ladies and gentlemen, is long and complex. It involves the alphabet soup of intelligence agencies, secret programs, as CAS, to CIC, to SIS, to OSS, to CIA, JIOA, and many more. It deals with dozens of centuries or dozens of countries and their respective intelligence organizations, armies, political parties, churches, and criminal justice systems. And in today's radio and Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert, want to encourage interested listeners to seek out the books mentioned and draw your own conclusions. Because it's good to do research, is it not? It's also important to imagine yourself drawing your own conclusions based on your own careful research from credible sources, is it not? For now, the goal for this episode is to concentrate on those areas of Paperclip that pertain directly to our tale. By December 1943, it had become apparent to the Allies that the Germans were working on a series of secret weapons, notably rockets, at several sites in Germany. The most famous, of course, was Peenemünde, located at the northern eastern tip of Germany, close to the Polish border. Bombing raids on Peenemünde forced the Nazis to diversify their rocket research to other centers around the country. And perhaps the most famous of these is Niedersachsen in the Harz Mountains, the site of the Mittelwerker Central Works became the prime focus of rocket efforts, and decisions had to be made in London that Nazi long-range weapons research, development, and production had to be stopped at all costs. A team was brought together, apparently, to concentrate on the problem and to allocate resources to its execution. This team was known by the project name Crossbow and was led by no other than British Prime Minister Winston Churchill himself. As the war began to wind down, with the success of the D-Day invasion and the large-scale Allied assault, tensions in Germany grew high. On July 20th, 1944, 6 weeks after D-Day, a group of Nazi generals attempted the assassination of Adolf Hitler. An attempt that failed almost miraculously. The Führer promise of peace and prosperity have fallen by the wayside, leaving in their wake a path of destruction. The outrages committed by Hitler's SS are a stain on the honor of the German army. their widespread disgust in the officer's corpse toward the crimes committed by the Nazis, the murder of civilians, the torture and starvation of prisoners, the mass execution of the Jews. My duty as an officer is no longer to save my country, but to save human lives. I cannot find one general in a position to confront Hitler with the courage to do it. Only God can judge us now. Colonel Klaus von Stauffenberg. And the fact that you're listening to this podcast means you can easily imagine someone, a group amongst the GOP, having the courage to hatch a plan to do something similar like this to Trump for the sake of all humanity. Can we not? For months, Cross will have been initiating bombing raids against Piemonte and the Mittelwerker in desperate attempt to stall, if not completely cancel, Germany's rocket and secret weapons development. In the United States, the Manhattan Project was well underway, and progress was being made in the development of the world's first atomic bomb. Yet, the Allies were worried the Nazis might be making the same or even greater progress from the hidden tunnels in the Harz Mountains, where the rockets were being designed. Their worst fear was that the Nazis had the bomb. They knew they already had the rocket, the delivery system necessary to send it anywhere in Europe. Himmler understood the urgent need for the secret weapons being developed by the Nazi scientists as the war was beginning to go against the Germans, and at one point had approached Werner von Braun to ask him if he would like to work directly for the Reichsführer, SS himself, rather than deal with army red tape. Von Braun politely declined, but the pressure was on. As the Russians advanced from the east, they were coming perilously close to Piemonte. The Allies were worried that the cream of Nazi science would fall into the Soviet hands. The Germans shared their concerns and began moving the scientists and their families out of the Piemonte in the spring of 1945 to the central German towns of Nordhausen, Blecherode, where they continued their research at Mittelwerke. Before leaving, however, they managed to destroy as much as Piemonte's classified information as possible, leaving only a skeleton crew behind when the Russians entered the town on May 5th, 1945. Nordhausen, however, was right in the way of the American advance, and it appeared that the U.S. Army would reach the Nazi scientists before anyone else. The race was on to capture as many as possible: scientists, blueprints, actual rockets, and other weapons and machinery. OSS, CIC, and other intelligence units spread out through Germany in a desperate effort to deny the Soviets the technological advantage of Nazi science. And in July 1945, the effort was coordinated under the project name Overcast. Overcast would not become Paperclip until March 13th, 1946, when security leaks required a change of code name, but the project mission was the same. By the time Paperclip was over, thousands of Nazi scientists, many of them accused war criminals, who had participated in some of the war's worst outrages, had managed to find homes in the United States, South America, and other locations. In many cases, they brought their families with them as well. And while Paperclip agents were seeking scientists, other organizations were looking for Nazi espionage agents and recruiting them by the thousands to work for the United States and Great Britain against the Soviets. The most famous intelligent coup of the post-war period was the recruitment of General Reinhardt Gehlen, a Nazi spy master whose specialty was Russia in Eastern Europe, his story is told, albeit thinly disguised, in Hans Hobbes, Agent of the Devil, where he is identified as General von Grihon. Hobbes treats his subject cynically, and it is easy to see that he has become frustrated with Allied duplicity, where the denazification process was concerned. Curious indeed. The book was published in 1958. By the time Hobbes had retreated to the aloof of neutrality of the Swiss Alps, Gehlen, like Hobbes, fictitious Grihon, was a con artist, as well as a spy, which is probably a different way of saying the same thing. He convinced the CIA that his support and those of his friends and former staff was essential to Western efforts to contain the Soviet advance. Today, Gehlen's real value to the American intelligence is being seriously questioned, but in those days he was something of a hero, our German, a good German, who was fighting the good fight against the communist menace. Heard that one before. Hobbes probably had an insider view of the famous general, owing to his privileged position within American intelligence in post-Germany. While not a spy master or super spy, Hobbes' political influence in Germany was strong, and he had many friends among the OSS and the U.S. Army Psychological Warfare Bureau. He was in a position to witness the denazification process firsthand. And as authors such as Hunt, Simpson, and Bauer have documented in exhaustive detail, this process was doomed from the beginning. Hobbes was in a position to watch the OSS morph into the CIA and to observe how many of the sworn enemies became CIA operatives. I want you to hear that again. Observed how many of his sworn enemies became CIA operatives while he sat in Munich or Berlin, writing articles and editing newspapers for allies. Hobbes assigns a mystical streak to Gehlen or Grihon, his fictional counterpart, which would not be surprising in the least. The high-ranking Nazis were contaminated with ersatz, paganism, and popular occultism of the Tool, jail cell shaft variety, which had been absorbed into the SS with torchlight processions and runic chants. As early as 1958, Hobbes was writing of the materialization of the psychic as the next step in technology, putting these words in the mouth of his general. What, ladies and gentlemen, can be more creepy than a Nazi intelligence chief predicting a world in which people dominate the realm of the metaphysical through the use of technology that enhances psychic abilities? Sounds like a prediction of Elon's brand of transhumanism. Maybe, maybe not. Hobbes seemed to sense this direction, and one wonders if it was the fruit of intelligence and cyber connections on both sides of the fence in Germany. How strange, ladies and gentlemen, how very, very strange that this man's daughter might have been murdered by a man who claimed to have just those sorts of abilities. Let's stop there. Stay tuned for our next episode. Same rabbit ass time, same rabbit ass channel. White Rabbit Kill Squad War Cry, hootie hoo, hootie hoo.
Wow. Anytime we're hearing about psychic abilities and things of that nature, I absolutely love it. One of my favorite topics. Thank you, Dr. Robert. That was excellent as per usual. And definitely gave me a chance to freshen up, so to speak. I mean, when you do an interview over 2 hours long, you need to use the bathroom, grab a little bite to eat, get a little stony. I had a delicious microwave burrito just now. My God, did that hit the spot? Oh, took my jersey off. It's getting a little hot in here. We had a big, just like last week, we had a big live listener turnout this evening. I think we topped off at about 190 live listeners across all platforms. My God, that is probably the most live listeners I've ever had listen to me. I know we should probably be like in the thousands, but hey, I'll take it. Not freaking bad. And I also want to say I'm glad somebody else agrees with me about this World War III thing. I've thought for a while that, probably since about 2020, that we are indeed on the verge of World War III. Since then, about 4 years have passed, almost half a decade. But I feel we've been inching closer and closer to it. Zelensky himself, like I mentioned earlier, said it already is World War III. So who are we to argue with somebody of his status, right? Being that he was was he some kind of clown or something? I saw these videos of him like dancing and shaking his nutsack around, and I didn't know what to think of that. It was really bizarre. Man, there's some weird news going on out there. Todd, you with me still?
We're still here, Daniel. What's happening?
Well, it's time to do the news.
Oh, I love the news roundup. Fantastic show so far. Thank you for getting Chris on here, man. That's incredible. He is just a vast intelligence system.
Yeah, fascinating guess. My God, I'm not sure I really fully understood what we were getting into, but that was a badass guess.
I've been listening to him for a long time. He's done so much deep dives into symbolism, occult pop philosophy, just deep stuff. Plus, he's involved with the comic industry.
Yeah, I mean, I love comic books. I'm not into.
If you can get him on here again, I'm going to write down some questions to ask next time.
Certainly. I'm a huge comic book guy, but I like 90s comics. Like the comic books have become a little too, I don't know. They're just not as good as they used to be back when I was a kid.
Well, they're PC too. They're politically correct, and they have all the LGBTQ plus comics coming out. I've been collecting some of those. Remember when Joker got pregnant? That episode.
Why do they have
on
to do
your
stuff
show?
like that?
They got all these comic books coming out. Here's one here, The Midnighter. It was like the first openly gay superhero.
So he goes out at midnight and meets
an annual.
in the park.
I don't know why they called it The Midnighter, but they gave him that midnight.
That's when he goes on Grindr.
No, it's horrible. Then, anyways, they got some of these rainbow comics, like rainbow editions being released because of all this breakthroughs supposedly, and wow, there's some weird stuff going on. In comic books nowadays.
Like I mentioned before, I was banned from the comic book subreddit on Reddit because I made a comment about Iceman making dildos out of ice.
Who's the Iceman?
He's an X-Man. He's the guy. He's the guy that can like freeze himself and freeze anything around him and ride around on like, little frozen puddles and stuff like that. But he became gay, and it was retcon, so he's always gay. Go. Yeah, so
and you made the joke. You made the joke.
Big deal.
It's no good nowadays. PC.
Yeah, kicked me right out of there.
Stay
It must have
PC,
been one of these like gay nerds that kicked me out.
They're like, how dare you? Yeah.
He's harming
How dare
society.
you? He's perfectly clean ice, man. It's cool that I think it's cool that they have these openly gay comic characters coming out. Right on, something new, because they've done everything else, right? Why not go into these side stories and that side story, whatever.
Well, Batman
But,
and Robin have always been gay.
Yeah, those guys have been hanging out in
You see
tights
those-
for a long
yeah.
time, yeah. Around
Those little
nylons
shorts
and
that Robin wears.
rubber outfits.
Yeah, rubber.
Batman.
Hiding out in a basement, in a cave
Down
together.
in the bat cave. Down the bat cave in the dark.
Yeah, like the bat cave. Like, what's that, a butthole?
No, that's horrible. Anyways, the
But
news.
We love all people, gay, trans, etc.
Oh, hell yeah.
Todd's like, hell yeah.
We love gay people.
We love them. We want to blow them. I'm kidding.
Daniel, let's not get carried away.
Let's not get carried away. All right. The news. So I wanted to talk about this. This has a little bit to do with my local area here. Boeing whistleblower John Barnett found dead in U.S. That is the Boeing, the airplane manufacturer. This comes from the BBC. We're going to England for this news because we can't trust our press over here. A former Boeing employee known for raising concerns about the firm's production standards has been found dead in the U.S. John Barnett worked for Boeing for more than 30 years before retiring in 2017. In the days before his death, he had given evidence in a whistleblower lawsuit against the company. Boeing said it was saddened to hear of Mr. Barnett's passing. It's blah, 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 blah.
Boeing was very sad to hear the guy that was going to cost them billions of dollars suddenly died mysteriously. They were very sad, Daniel.
And if you look at the logo for Boeing, it is actually a Saturn. It's another Saturn.
Wow. I saw that on your Twitter thread that you put the picture of their logo up there and then attributed that to Saturn.
You got on Twitter, Todd? Wow.
Oh, well, I can see your Twitter. I just can't comment.
Gotcha.
Remember, I forgot my password, so I can never check back in to give a reply. I try to press. I'm locked out. Elon Musk wants my information. Yeah. He wants to make sure I'm not a robot before he lets me go back in there.
Well,
and
in show news, man, what's going on with Clint? Like the other day, him and I, we texted each other at the exact same moment. It was like the most freaky shit. Like hadn't talked to each other for days, and then we text each other exact minute, exact second. What the fuck?
Wow. Holy shit.
And I just saw something in the chat where Clint was like, he said something at the same time that somebody on the show said it. Like, what's going on with this guy? Has he finally done enough psychedelics that his mind just cracked?
There's a ton of synchronicities going on here. And when there's synchronicities going on, that's when you pay closer attention. Something's happening.
I'm the Blackfoot witch doctor.
There you go. You're the Appalachian medicine man.
Yeah, it was weird. I mean, and on top of that, like we were just discussing like some of the Terrence McKenna stuff because we both like Terrence McKenna, and we were talking about like how the shamans, they have like a tribal thing going on where they all like read each other's minds when they do these ayahuasca ceremonies and stuff like that.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
totally. Like mind connecting through the ether.
It's like all the religious stuff that people argue with about and stuff like like Jade Dyer, for example. It's like I'm part native and like just imagine being
Clint, there's a rumor going around. Clint, there's a rumor going around that you are Jay Dyer.
That's definitely not true. just imagine
have you heard that? Have you heard that rumor?
No.
I started it just now on End of Days Radio.
Yeah, I remember saying that a few weeks ago.
Lots of bullshit.
Well, just imagine
just
though
kidding.
being, in a tribal. Just imagine being in a tribe in America before there was people, that came.
Yeah.
And you're sitting there chilling, and then all of a sudden these people on a big boat come and they're like, "Oh, you gotta worship our God," and it's like, okay, well,
Yeah.
what evidence do you have that your God, that I should worship your God over the God that I've already been worshiping?
Well, I've heard a theory that's how pantheons got created, because like one tribe of people moves into another area, they're like, "Oh, our God's better," and they're like, "No, wait, both our gods can coexist. Let's make them brothers, or one could be the other's
Yeah.
son."
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. The old religions, when they would conquer, they would put their churches on top of the old church and kind of incorporate it, because they didn't have time to explain the in-depth shit of their religion, so they just put it over the top of the old religion.
Yeah, it's a way
incorporate their gods.
The socialists like to colonize everything.
Chad, it's good to see you here tonight. You had some great comments to Chris earlier.
Oh yeah, you think so?
You had some great comments. Question, I think so.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's intense. Just Chris is a legend. Like, he's on so many shows. You've seen.
He is a legend. He is a legend. Wow. Thank you,
man.
Daniel, for bringing him on here.
Yeah, we're gonna have him on again. He was great. I don't think I knew like what big of a name that he was. I was just like, this guy's cool. Let's bring him on.
Yeah, he worked for Marvel. He literally worked for Marvel Comics, man. We're talking to somebody on the inside of culture shaping.
Yeah, so I don't really know, what did he write specifically? He said the Tick he was talking about.
No, he said he worked with people. He didn't write the Tick. I also had questions for him. He just worked in the industry. I've listened to him on a lot of other podcasts. He's real big on Higher Side Chats, Daniel. He's been on there 10 times easily.
Yeah, my Higher Side Chats hasn't been updating in the podcast app. I don't know if you want to paid or what.
So he goes way back. He's connected with a lot of these researchers. He's really smart.
There's our religion today that we think we are beyond religion, but we are obviously caught in it. Is that our religion?
Chad looks like he's doing a burglary right now.
I'm sorry, I'd like to be a
Doing a lineup. They're questioning. Chad Warren's being questioned by the Russians. Yeah. Chad Warren's being fucking waterboarded by the CIA over there.
My phone died, and I had the thing that like the battery on the car.
Chad Warren's doing shadow puppets.
He's in the middle of a B&E.
He got Ronald Reagan behind him.
Yeah, I'm hanging over at Alex Jones' house.
Got the spirit of Ronald Reagan behind you. Wow, that looks weird.
All right, guys. All right, we got some Donald Trump news. Let's do one more news story. We'll bring the other guys on. This is from Reuters. I don't know how to say that. Trump's bloodbath and other rhetoric inflame his 2024 campaign trail. March 22nd, Republican president candidate Donald Trump has made a series of inflammatory and racist statements on the U.S. campaign trail since declaring his candidacy in November 2022. In some cases, he has used violent imagery to lambast immigrants and opponents. He has warned that the United States is on the verge of collapse, and his rhetoric has raised concerns that he might flout democratic norms by using the power of the state to target perceived enemies if he is elected. Trump has
Daniel,
that immigrants to the United States illegally are poisoning the blood of our country. Anti-Defamation League leader Jonathan Greenblatt called the language racist, xenophobic, and despicable. The campaign of Democratic President Joe Biden compared Trump's comments to those of Adolf Hitler, who used the phrase blood poisoning in his manifesto, Mein Kampf.
Jonathan Greenblatt from the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, he's been around for years working with Southern Poverty Law Center to call anybody that questions evil, lying bastards, calls them anti-Semitic or whatever. Anybody that questions the narrative of these people,
they're mafia.
Greenblatt.
Can I just make sure I heard right? Did you just say that? I just want to make sure I heard right. Were they saying that Trump's words were reminiscent of Mein Kampf.
Yeah, they were
Yes,
trying
exactly.
to equivalent.
Well,
But see, here's
it says the devil.
here's a great case of fake news.
Something about the devil.
My basic understanding is that, like, I always tell people, go, hey, I saw this thing in the 90s on cable TV. It was on C-SPAN. It's this writer, Jewish American, Edwin Black. I probably told you last time. He wrote this book called The Transfer Agreement, and that you had two minorities. You had the Zionists that wanted to force the Jews to go to the Holy Land. They're like, I don't want to go over to that crap old place. And then you had the Germans, and then you had the National Socialists, and they wanted to force the Germans to be with Hitler. And they're like, I don't want to do that. So it's like they play both sides. Like Hitler is literally connected to the embassy that helped, he helped those people found Israel. It's crazy. So they confuse everyone.
The fact of the matter is, Nazi means National Socialism, and all these people doing all this shit are all socialists. And for socialists to call someone else a socialist is ridiculous. They're just saying whatever they can, because regardless of whatever the dude is, he's just freaking a wrench in the New World Order's plan. Or he's a highly advanced double agent type. He might be a communist. Who knows? But
who?
I mean, I doubt he's a communist, but
who might be a communist?
Trump. But I don't think he is. But see, they wouldn't. Why are they crucifying him so bad if he's on their team?
Trump ain't communist, that's for sure. He might be. He might have backing of. I don't know.
Well, no, I'm not
There's
saying
rumors. There's rumors that the military recruited him a while back to run for president against the deep state. Everybody maybe has heard this QAnon theory.
Yeah, because
the
they
military got behind
time travel technology to see things in the future. So they saw that Trump was going to be president, so they went and got him and recruited him to fulfill his destiny.
Well, y'all know about his Kabbalah connection. That's huge.
His Kabbalah connection? I heard about the Kabbalah connection.
One dad point. Number one, there's him sitting at a desk, and he's got an award behind him on the wall. You can find this video, and it's from the Super Kabbalah Club over in Jerusalem. And in his book, his life story, he goes, it's a big deal to me. And then he was recently, within a year, given this gold crown or something. You can look that.
Oh yeah. Well, no, he brags about being Israel's greatest. I'm the best thing that ever happened for Israel, and I'm the one that's done I'm moving the embassy in Israel. He brags about that.
That's true.
His old he had a second.
Well, listen. In New York is Habab Lubavitch, the main Israeli kind of worldwide freaking network thing, and so of course he's getting awards and trophies and Hanukkahs or whatever, those menorahs. He's getting a menorah.
He got a golden
from those guys. He's getting a golden calf. No.
Wait, what was that?
What's that?
Something happened. That story about the red heifer in the third temple. I think something recently happened. I saw in the news feed about that again.
Yeah,
they found the third red heifer.
I heard they're preparing a huge sacrifice. What was that?
Kate was the red heifer. She is the Rohini star. It's okay. So there's a Vedic star. It's called Rohini. People can look it up. It's the Red Bull. Kate has it in her birth chart. It's her birth star. They sacrificed her. She was the Red Bull. But I agree with Chris. None of their shit's working. None of their magic is good. They're not as good as Todd. They're not as good as Dr.
There you
Robert.
Why did they let us on?
And Jin, you are very powerful.
Well, Todd, I work at it, but it's a daily thing. People have to keep going.
I know.
You can't
I know. Hey, Jin, may I ask about how old are you?
I didn't know that. That's awesome.
Oh yeah, you can ask, Todd. I'm in my mid-30s.
Mid-30s, fantastic. So you have all that energy, and you're well on your way to developing the power. Keep going, sir. Keep going.
I was in my mid-30s.
Dan, you're only like
I wish I
5 or
was
6
sharp as
years
you on
ahead of
here.
me, so I mean, it's not. You're not.
My
very
hair's
far.
falling out.
One thing about it, when I was your age, though, Clint, I was more bold and aggressive. Now I'm older and I'm more like cautionary, you know, like slower to, you know what I'm saying? You're slowing down now. When you're young, you're chopping through stuff. As you get older, you're slowing down. I watched Dune the other night. Dune, they developed the defense system where they could put a shield around you, which when you went to fight, it would give you 2 inches of protection. But somebody could pierce the thing slow enough, right?
Oh yeah, that's bad.
In Dune,
the shield.
The shield, yeah, they could pierce it if they went straight through and drove it.
Like they have those bullets that turn to like those screws. At least in the original Dune movie, and it like slowly drills through the shield and then just goes.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
It's like when on that X-Men movie where Magneto killed, I think his name's Sebastian Shaw. You know, the guy, like every time you punch him, he gets stronger. But Magneto killed him by just like slowly rolling a quarter through his brain.
Oh yeah, that one was pretty good.
Something weird like that.
That was badass. Terribly violent.
But no, Jin, fantastic. Thank you for getting Daniel to have Chris on here tonight, by the way.
Oh, it wasn't me. Daniel shouldn't even. I mean, I appreciate that Daniel shouted me out, but like he doesn't need to. It was like we just had a DM, like a mini thing. Like just was like, oh, this. I just was like, because I'm a big fan of Chris, so of course I'm gonna recommend.
Yeah,
people that cool. I like.
Chris
right?
Chris probably would love our program if he was aware that we exist over here.
I think he does. Like we always get really good social media interaction whenever like, you know, we do stuff. And I think that it's really good that there's no like real identity. Like we're not in like, we're not stuck in truther. We're not stuck in right or left.
Dr. Robert had a great description of our podcast, a ragged ass podcast. A ragged podcast. Dr. Robert. Boom.
I think everybody overcomplicates it. We should just have a conversation in the wider, diversity while also retaining to the topic. Boom, that's a fact. That's where I'm at.
Are you here, Dr. Robert?
Yeah, I'm just listening to everyone. Can you hear me?
Oh man, you had a great description of this podcast, ragged, because that's what this is, and that's why it's so cool. Is it's still forming? It hasn't been formed. The edges are blurry, and you got a lot of different opinions on here. Which more minds, more better.
Did you guys see this? We had another little synchronistic psychic thing happen. George Coggins in the chat said, "I was literally watching a video on the red heifer as I came into this and heard you start talking about it." Wow.
Amen.
Whoa.
Well, KJ just released a red heifer video, but I was gonna say I think a lot of people have Illuminati apoplexy, meaning like they're in denial of the power of the secret societies and the the power that's at bay is trying to destroy all cultures, all countries, all crowns, all religions.
It is all pervasive. It is all pervasive. I love that you're drilling down on that.
They're
everywhere.
I mean,
they create the race, they destroy the race.
Well, the evidence of planned incompetence and all the double speak, wars for peace, and so on, and it's like we've been tax slaves to fucking wars that were waged by the United Nations Security Council and controlled by the Undersecretary of the Security Council, who has always been a communist. And that
it looks like the movie Dune, where these people are going to these planets, just parking over it and just raping the resources for the empire.
Yeah, the socialist communists are fucking colonizers. They're colonizing. That's what I've seen on the internet.
Totally.
About
America did not start out as colonizers. We started out as a sovereign nation that wants to mind its own business. It wasn't until England kind of got back control of our country.
Yeah.
Through the CFR and those giant societies, secret societies, we turned into colonizers again. Now we're everywhere.
But does that mean that all revolutions are bogus? Because I mean, in all those stories, there is a natural.
Not our revolution.
Well, they're not bogus, but whoever has the most money and influence wins in these revolutions, and they're usually being backed by the superpowers.
In the Nasta Webster book, World Revolution, she outlines how basically Louis XVI gave money to America to continue the revolution, and that the Illuminati orchestrated the French Revolution to kill Louis XVI for giving the money to America, because America was founded against all secret society.
The French helped us get away from England.
That's
People
why we
don't
got
know that.
See, they gave us money because it doesn't matter. You're passing money back and forth between yourselves.
Yeah, well,
no.
I wanted to
in the beginning, though. In the beginning, we weren't getting loans from the Rothschilds. Yeah.
Oh, I just
the Rothschilds didn't come in until the central banks.
Right.
Yeah,
they were all Masons.
Liberty because
but the founding fathers' Masonry was they wanted freedom for the masses, and that they believed in a God that made the universe. Whereas the European Masons were already Illuminized Freemasonry, and that NASA Webster goes over that where in pretty good detail. I mean,
they
Cooper
were like progressive. They were like progressive.
Well, the Illuminists. Adam Weishaupt, he was acting as he was the precursor to communism, and that communism is about sharing. It's about making everybody except the rich super poor, and then about pitting them against each other so then they can destroy everything.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And I agree with what Todd and both of you are saying. I wanted to say that little comment, but I actually do agree with you, Clint, and I agree with what Todd is saying. Actually, like the most we've ever all three aligned, I think we do tonight. Well, and Chad as well. And I know Dr. was just listening.
Oh yeah. Well, there's also I wanted to add that there's also a smear campaign not only against founding fathers Freemasonry, but also America in general, and the Constitution, Bill of Rights.
100%.
And it's incredibly dangerous.
One of the things I love about Clint is he keeps coming back to the only reason we're able to sit here and do this is because of the Constitution. So if you give up on that, you're done.
Let me add on to that, because it's the same with YouTube. Even if YouTube is Babylon, it's all connected. They're letting us be here. It's a miracle, whatever it is.
Banana.
Well, wait. They'll start. If you start tapping on them or causing them a problem, they'll start drilling in on you. They've done shit to this show the entire time. They shadow ban it constantly. I'm so glad we got all you exciting personalities on here. But look a little closer. You'll start seeing shit that they do.
Oh, I have.
Yeah. Well,
I've seen on a couple channels.
And it's not like we're trying to be Alex Jones here. Nobody's selling boner pills or making $1 million. If anybody can contribute to Daniel's show, please do. If you like what's going on here and see where it could go, please give fucking money to Daniel.
Thank you so much, Todd. I appreciate that. Sorry to pull you guys off for a second. I just wanted to say something real quick. Take my sunglasses off. I'll get you guys all back on here in a second, but there's a member of our show. I say he's a member of our show because, why not? He certainly contributed quite a bit. But unfortunately, our friend Logan, everybody knows Logan, the psychic vampire, he's run into some hard times, and he recently spent some time in the ICU. I just wanted us all to collectively just say a little prayer for Logan, and hope that he gets well, and he gets past whatever this is that's plaguing him, and hopefully he'll be back on here and be in good spirits in no time. But I know Logan has a lot of fans out there, and I just wanted to put that out there so everybody kind of knows what's going on in the end of days world. And I hope the guy gets better. Hey, I missed him already. Can't wait to talk to him again.
Yeah, the Logan came on one of my live streams and said that he ate a bunch of edibles and a bunch of CBD, and then I don't know what else he ate or whatever, but he said his heart stopped and that he was dead for like a small period of time, and that then he said that he like woke up and was basically in the jail for 2 weeks, and that it's like I'm pretty sure he's homeless now, and that he's staying at somebody's house, but
I wanted to say too, thank you, Logan, for coming on here, and sorry if I ever gave Logan a hard time. I didn't mean to. I love Logan. I love everybody on this show. I hope Logan is all good. We love you, Logan, man. Psychic vampire. You're our psychic vampire. We need you to come and suck energy off the elites for us.
Yeah, we do love
please
Logan.
Get better.
Shout out to Logan. We
love you, Logan.
I talked to him after that. I didn't understand.
I never meant to be rude or anything.
You're not rude. You're just you challenge. You're very challenging.
Well, I do test people.
Yeah, you do, and that's okay.
I love Daniel's show. I don't want nobody coming on Daniel's show that ain't giving him 110%. Even though Daniel and I don't give 110%, we try. In spirit, we try, but anybody coming on here, we're going to push them to be 110. No, I'm just kidding.
No,
anybody get on here. Everybody get on here.
No, I agree, and we're gonna definitely shout out to Logan. Logan is like such a good dude, honestly.
Yeah.
I asked him for a favor. He was like, "No problem. Like, just send it to me." He was like mixing a thing. He was like so nice about it. He's a really nice person, and he has a wild persona, but that is just like a part of his life and his like.
I don't know where Logan's pulling through some of the stuff he's pulling through, but that's intense shit.
Yeah, 100%.
So I don't think that unless somebody's feeding him, he's pulling out some shit that's coming straight out of the ether of the universe. I started realizing that. A while back. So
he's
pardon me, Logan, if I ever.
Self. Like we have those characters in our subconscious. He is that character. I mean, it's
I can relate in a way.
I just want to say hey to George. George is saying hey in the chat, so just we'll say
George.
Who's George? I'm here.
Oh, hey George.
Are you the big G or the little G?
I'm the big G. Wait, no. I'm the little G, not the big G. Oh, geez.
Little G, not the big
G. I'm going to hell.
It's confusing. There you go. What's going on, George?
Yeah, same old, different night. Just kind of chilling out, relaxing. Noticed that you guys were on, and I'm like, oh, cool. Oh, Jin's on there too. And the cool thing was, like, I'm sitting there before I jumped into the YouTube channel broadcast or whatever, and I'm watching videos on various things, and I happen to be watching a newer one on the red heifer sacrifice coming up, apparently. And I've seen quite a few of them, but then as soon as I came to the channel, I heard red heifer. That was the first thing I heard.
Wow. Yeah, that's a synchronicity.
I've been having stuff like that nonstop for like a long time now, but it's been really snowballing over the past couple months.
A lot of them happening around this show too, like probably ever since like, I don't know, maybe a year or two ago. They've just been coming in constantly and more and bigger and bigger ones. It's getting kind of creepy.
Well,
did you talk about the
George, do you listen to Daniel's show? George, do you listen to Daniel's show?
Oh, I've been here a few times.
Been here a few times?
A couple times. I was on Jin's show once a while back too, I recall.
Not my show. You were on Subconscious Realms.
Okay, that was it. You were there though. I remember that.
Yes, I was there, but not my show.
I think you were there.
I've been picking your show up, Jin. You're putting out more episodes
Todd.
now. I've started from the beginning listening to you, but I'm impressed. I'm glad you're with the End of Days family here.
Listen more, Jin. I've been meaning to listen more.
No, it's okay, but I did just interview Greg Kaminsky, so it was kind of like a huge fucking deal for me, like major guy and like oldest, like longest running occult podcast. So huge author. He's been in he's interviewed everybody, like everyone from like Temple of Satan, Temple of Set, from like the OTO, Astrum Argentum, like just he's the who's who of the occult world. So it was like a pretty big deal.
Interesting.
Totally.
Thank you.
Did
Thank
you guys
Chad.
happen
I appreciate
to?
it. I just wanted to shout myself out because I was quite proud that I did that. But I'm sorry.
Right on. I gotta ask though, did you guys happen to go over all this crazy stuff with this upcoming eclipse that's tied into it?
We ain't got into that yet. What are you seeing?
Say what you want to say, but later, my friend I'm here in Hot Springs, and he was giving me the inside dope, like Fred Armiston and all this stuff. It's like they're taking over.
Yeah.
So, but thing.
What are you hearing? What are you hearing?
Well, okay, there's a ton of different things in terms of like, well, prophecy and whatnot that this ties into. So if you're familiar with the story of Jonah and the whale, Jonah got swallowed by a great fish. He died, and then he called out to God. God had this fish spit him out on a beach somewhere 3 days later, and the reason he was there is he wanted him to do something, and he didn't want to do it, so he running away and ended up drowning and getting eaten by a fish. Long story short. Anyhow, he gets spit up on the beach, and God tells him, you have to go to the capital of Assyria, which is the city of Nineveh, and you have to proclaim to them that they have 40 days to repent for their evil ways, otherwise God's going to burn everything right to the ground. Jonah was okay with that. He wanted to see it burn. So he went there, and he told that to people, and even the king and all the people, they actually repented. And God, spared it for the time being up until, like, way later on, and, they had transgressed at that point. But point being, they had 40 days to repent, and they did, and God spared them. Now, this it goes over a town in Texas named Jonah, Texas, and then it goes through directly over 7 different cities, all named Nineveh throughout the United States, and an 8th city named Nineveh in British Columbia, I think it is, something like that. Yeah. Anyhow, the other eclipse that came in 2017 went over 7 different towns named Salem. So there are 7, years of peace represented there, and then it represents the 7 years of judgment.
And about that time, they had the Vegas shooting, that Harvest Festival.
Well, on top of that,
around the exact same eclipse.
This signals the World War III is what we're thinking.
There's a lot more to it, but on top of it, it's happening underneath the constellation of the Whale currently in the highest point in the sky. On top of that, Pentecost is exactly 40 days after the eclipse. I'm trying to think. There was a couple other things. Oh, there's that devil comet that's accompanying it.
Jesus was in the desert for 40 days and 40 nights before the devil came to him, if you remember.
Well, not just that, but what was it? There was something.
He was fasting.
I lost it. Give me a second.
Well, I wanted to mention that the fish was actually the Leviathan that ate Jonah.
Yeah, possibly. All I know is it was a great fish, is the way they interpret it.
Well, what's interesting is that the river.
How do you tie Leviathan to it? I mean, it makes sense, kind of big enough to swallow and live inside of him.
Well, what's interesting though is that the river next to Nineveh, where they say it's from, is that it's only like 20 or 30 feet deep. How's a giant Leviathan gonna swim in there?
Yeah, he was on the ocean when this happened.
I'd say it's more metaphorical. Leviathan is like something so big that it's going to swallow everything, but it's metaphorical.
You'd only have to be as big as a grouper to swallow a human.
Well, I think that
and the unconscious was known as like a water too, like the inside of man's brain.
Well, any sort of
water.
Giant
the story does go that Jonah was God wanted him to go do that with Nineveh, and he didn't want to do it, so he got on a boat and he went in the complete opposite direction. They got befallen by a bunch of weird stuff that they did not like, all the people on the boat. They asked Jonah, what can we do? He told them, throw me overboard. So they did, and he drowned, and a fish ended up swallowing his corpse. It said his face was wrapped in seaweed, and he cried out from the bowels of Sheol at one point, which means he was dead. He was in there for 3 days. There's no way you're surviving without air for 3 days in a fish's belly.
Well, giant serpents and whales and things like that, they actually represent chaos. Any sort of Leviathan.
Yeah.
And the dragon is the king of the eclipse. So I just want to say that the dragon of the blood ocean is the god of the eclipse, Rahu or Rahula. If you're familiar with Vedic astrology, his name's Rahu, and his tail is named Ketu, and it's the north and south node of the moon. So I'll just say that.
Chris earlier was saying he was kind of the elites now, the ones running the world, they're really weak. You know, they haven't been challenged. They're the weakest elite that we've ever had.
100%.
But I guarantee you, the people behind the scenes are like in the Batman movie. They've been fucking trained.
Yeah, that's what I was
Their
saying.
minds are trained.
Well, they're
The
wizards,
elites
right? They're wizards.
might be weak, but the ones running the fucking world are not limp-wristed, weak individuals.
No, they're wizards. I mean, they're sorcerers.
Yeah,
That's
they're
what we're
wizards.
talking about.
They're magicians.
Yeah, 100%.
They're
We live in a magician age.
Ancient bloodlines.
They're adepts at manipulating the masses and the deception and convincing people to do things of their own free
I like the
will.
panel we have going here now, because you got a panel of magicians, even though some people might classify themselves, in religious categories.
I
like the idea of having some magicians on here. I know that. I love that about you, Jin. We need more magicians on this podcast.
Hey, what do y'all think?
I'm no magician. I don't label myself as anything. I was anointed by a very strange plant with the title of
And we
Shafat,
don't just
whatever
need
that means.
magicians. Bring everybody on here. Bring everyone on here, as long as they don't.
So it's like not even exclusive. What do you think about the idea of the word imagination? You break it up.
Image in nation.
I say magi nation. Each one of us are magi. But yours works too. What was it, George?
Image in nation.
Nice.
Okay, so
yeah,
let's say these elite people are stupid, right? Let's say these elite people aren't the brightest. But what about the Antichrist? I mean, that guy's coming, and we know he's going to be no dummy. This is going to be a different level
There
of
you
shit.
go.
Well, I think that
I have a good idea who that's going to be.
I think that the Jesus of the Catholic Church and other churches is the Antichrist, and that they're in his image, but they're not him, because the story doesn't match up with the 3 days, 3 nights thing, and that I believe that's the story has been tampered or something. There's some kind of a mystery to it that was lost, and that it's a weird enigma that a lot of people refuse to address. Like people, when I went on the that Jamie chick's channel and did an interview, all these comments were like, oh, you're wrong, and it's like, well, and then I elaborated like an extreme amount, very, very politely, and none of them commented back, not one of them. And it's like, well, I did all this.
Clint, you're not Jay Dyer, are you?
No, I smoke weed. He doesn't smoke weed.
I'm just checking. Man, you look like Jay Dyer. No, I'm just teasing.
Hey, mountains of fake
somebody's saying that you and Jay Dyer might be the same guy. I'm not sure what's going on there. Because Jamie's married to Jamie's married to Jay Dyer, but Jamie's married to Jay Dyer, and Clint's talking to Jamie. So I'm going. Well, are you Jay Dyer?
I've known Jamie for like
7 years. It's 7 layers of Kevin Bacon going on over here.
I'm real.
Is that a sandwich you can eat somewhere? That sounds pretty good.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what it is.
I want to say about the Antichrist. I really was it Jen that was talking about just the idea of like a hardcore evil or Satanism? I really believe that we should have faith that that's going to drive people to God. As many people as are confused by it, the real people that are good are going to go towards God in all this chaos.
Absolutely agree.
What's really sad is how so many religious people don't try to talk to the poorest and the most impoverished, like where it's like, if you're like damn it, I'm trying to think of a good example, but it's like, Jesus in the story hung out with thieves and prostitutes. He was trying to help.
Hell yeah.
I'm a complete Christian in that regard. I gave a homeless guy a hug and smoked a bowl with him the other day.
Oh yeah.
Geo, how you doing?
I'm doing quite well. I got my candle burning.
What's going on, sir? Glad to have you on here with End of Days Radio.
Not a whole hell of a lot. Just kind of sitting around studying all the weird events that are going on, having nonstop synchronicities I can't even begin to go into, and just got done on a massive 12-year-long experience with Iboga from Gabon, which is a psychedelic that is really unique.
Whoa, that sounds incredible.
It's long and short of it. I'm really curious to see what happens. The thing I was saying about the eclipse is 40 days after is Pentecost. So I don't expect anything to technically happen on the day of the eclipse, but I'm curious to see what happens on the 19th of May. And if nothing happens, I have a feeling what we do in terms of our own personal repentance is going to guide those of us who are going to make it through what is to come if we really put our extra oomph into it over these next 40 days. I don't think it's going to save, like Nineveh, the entire city of Nineveh is saved. I don't feel the same is going to happen for the USA. But I feel that those of us that do apply this are going to end up doing much better and faring up more well off than most.
Well, Geo, where are you calling in from, sir?
Scranton, Pennsylvania, the home of Joe Biden.
Scranton, Pennsylvania, home of Joe Biden.
It's a giant.
Goddamn.
It's literally. It's an ancient.
Does Joe Biden come down? Does Joe Biden come down there and visit once in a while?
Apparently, but I lived here my whole life, and I didn't hear about him until he became president. So I never even. It's only like a 3 mile square, 3.5 square mile town too.
You're probably better off if he doesn't come down there. Yeah, it's like a dark cloud. Yeah.
I feel like that would only politics down there. Any politician, any businessman, anything like that.
Geo, it sounds like, what are you smoking over there? Something good?
Just some good old organic greenery.
Organic greenery. Right on.
Oh yeah.
Hey Geo, what do you think of Daniel's show? What do you think of End of Days Radio?
Oh, I love it. Every time I see it on, I can jump in here. I mean, like I said, this isn't my first time on here.
It's so good. It's so good. Daniel was off for like 2 weeks. I was craving it.
It's like the Philosopher's Cave.
He took like 2 weeks off. I'm like, where's
no,
Daniel?
I was really sad too, Dan, that first night, and we didn't have it. I was like, oh my God, Dan kicked me off the panel.
Yeah.
Oh,
Did you guys hear about the volcano in Iceland?
Yep.
Yeah, that was.
They have one every year or so go off, or
something about a volcano today.
What about it?
I was just curious if you heard about it.
Somebody said there was some terrorism going off earlier tonight.
Hey,
Somebody said there was
saying that
ISIS bomb Moscow. Give me a break.
Google it.
Hey, I just wanted to say that's one of those things where I know all that's to get our goat. I don't like to get caught up in that or pick a side. But I was like, it caught me. I was like, man, it feels like they're really amping up this nuke war stuff. What do y'all think?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I've been having weird visions of it, and yesterday I was sitting here thinking about it all day, just kind of pondering well, if they do hit Scranton, because one of the 3 places that is contracted to make munitions for the Ukraine is 2 miles behind me.
Oh wow! Yeah, they used Pennsylvania, dried it up.
Well, it's nice and hilly around here too. So if that does get hit, I got a giant hill between me and that I'm hoping will take the blast and maybe focus on
there you go.
Like a shape chart.
There you go. Bend down underneath the thing as it comes over.
I saw a video of a cave around here that was designed to hold explosive munitions like in World War II. If it had to, it would blow up the mountain.
Yeah.
Some people were comparing it to that Rainbow Six game or something, or one of those games. I can't remember which one. Call of Duty.
My friend was just telling me about Counter-Strike.
Well, I think they said that there was a level.
What are we looking at here? What are we looking at here on the screen?
Oh,
well, this would be the news story about the 60 dead, 145 injured in concert hall raid. Islamic State group claims responsibility. Yep, it's recent.
ISIS, created by the United States and Great Britain. Yeah.
Yep.
ISIS, the fucking
CIA killed a bunch of
CIA.
Russians.
Well, we
went
don't
into the heart of Russia. Give me a break.
ISIS is the CIA, Todd, but we should just say that they might be Chechens. They might be something else. That ISIS has claimed responsibility many times. So we don't know yet, and we don't even know what the fuck's going on. I don't want
this to turn into
the mall
today.
Well,
I'm with my son. I don't want to, be worried about all this stuff happening here. Obviously,
yeah, 100%.
Here
I
in the
agree with you,
United
Chad.
States.
Well, that's why everybody should be armed.
Well, we
Yeah,
don't
I
want to
agree.
arm the illegal immigrants, Clint. That's
Except for
not
those
okay.
guys, yeah. Except for the communist Chinese coming over, we shouldn't give them guns.
Well, they definitely can get guns. Like, do you think the PLA doesn't have a route from Mexico into the U.S.? They absolutely do,
Oh, yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
And
Well,
do you
what's that
think the
help?
United States and the CIA doesn't know who's all coming over and in here?
Right.
They understand.
Oh, yeah, they do. But I think that there's a factional war between CIA and DOD. I do believe.
Has anybody seen that? Has anybody seen that movie Dune, where the guy they trusted turns over all the keys and shuts down the defense system to save his wife that's being tortured?
Yep. Yeah, Dr. Yue.
Gives over everything just to save his wife from being tortured because he's right next to the
A lot of people would do that.
power.
I only remember the '84 movie. Yeah, I remember the book, the original book. I forgot that again.
But they keep running the movie over and over and over. Are they setting up like Dune? Paul Atreides goes to the desert. It's like America goes to Afghanistan to fight the terrorists, right?
The baby desert or like the Catholic nuns.
Yeah,
it's exactly the same thing. We take our superpower over to the desert.
Oh, and then the story about how the Muslims got started by the Catholics. Have you heard that one?
Mm-hmm. The drugs are being produced by the sandworms over in the desert, just like the drugs are coming out of Afghanistan in the desert.
Well, those worms are based on Mongolian death worms. And we do know that there's a civilization that is buried in the Gobi Desert. So I think that's interesting. I just want to say that all science fiction books, pretty much like 95%, are all like Esalen, Tavistock,
right?
Yeah, they're all managed. It's all the stories are fed to the authors. There's very few people who are like writing original stories. Like
MK Ultra program, mind control program.
Jin is like the occult master. How do you see it in your mind? Because there's all this awesome occult knowledge that we do need to know. Then there's all this obvious scam. How do you parse that?
So this is an amazing question, Chad, and maybe we should talk about it on my show if you want. But
a bigger topic.
I think this is an amazing question, but I think I stick to my traditional practices, even though I recognize it is magical. So I'm saying that I don't think of it as magic per se, like when I'm going about it, but I really do stick to the text. But that's not to negate that I did practice magic before, and then I recognize what I do is practicing magic. I just don't think of it as that way. I try not to. I try not to use it for low purposes. But I think if you can use the practices, which is what they're for surgical means to kind of transform and like ready yourself for like divine whatever, like to meet the divine, I think that that's the right purpose. So I agree with you that there's awesome occult knowledge we need in the world, and they also put a lot of shit, like a lot of the Wicca shit. That stuff is total like the same thing, like MI6, whatever, MI5, like Esalen, Tavistock creation.
Jin, after Jin, hold on a second. Jin, after years of looking into that shit, I found the chaos books, the chaos magic books, that said it doesn't matter what the system is the results of what we're after. Try to understand that what's going on here. The techniques produce the same results.
But they do use something. So there is something in it. Now it isn't Telema, it isn't OTO, it is kind of more that left-hand path, like maybe Babylon 218 current. Like there is something that I recognize, like for real. Like there is something like that's very anti-cosmic, that is very like,
it's liberating is what it is. It frees you from all the dogma.
Yes, but that's
too.
what we aim to do in Buddhism as well. But the reality is, we also don't seek to destroy the world while we're doing it. Like, there is something like non-duality is not amorality.
And Chaos Magicians is not the Joker from Batman. Chaos Magicians are just the nature of the universe is chaos almost. It's not the villain of Batman.
Well, it's a second
That's not the
chaos
archetype of Chaos Magicians.
No, I agree.
Chaos
with you,
Magicians
Todd.
are using Chaos Magicians use like a river runs down a stream. It has eddies that flow off of it that are spinning. No one knows a stick might create an eddy. That's chaos magic.
Yes, but when you misuse
Forms
the
a different pattern
practices,
of energy going down the universe.
Yeah,
no,
but
you're
it
totally
was,
right.
it
But
was
when
kind of
you
wonky
misuse
to
the
work with.
practices, you muddy the waters for everybody else, and you also create karmic repercussions for the future.
Mhm.
And if you do big enough
But
work,
it's possible, Jin, that the river's flowing so fast now that every possibility now is coming into the mix.
Yeah, even the most
that's what they
perfect nightmares.
wanted. That's what they
As
wanted
time's
to
going
do.
on, it's going faster and faster. Yeah,
Well, that's what
they're
they
creating.
intended.
They know how to create a block so the energy stops and it starts swelling, and then they can open up and cause a.
But we're in the Kali Yuga, Todd. We're in the Kali Yuga. We live in the most degraded time, so the spells that the workings and the rituals that they use are at their weakest potency, as well as being the highest, because everything that was transgressive even 20 years ago is no longer transgressive. Like, we
I believe
have
you.
all of the stuff is all out in the open. Everybody
Yeah.
knows about it. So how can you do a transgressive practice when everything transgressive is normalized? You can't. It does not have the same metaphysical weight. If you live in a society that's all like polite, nice, and decent, and then you're doing these crazy rituals at night in like as a anti-clockwise sort of like transgressive left-hand path practice, that's going to have so much more power. Those things have like they're losing their power now.
Yeah, exactly. There was a time when going in and reading the Lord's Prayer backwards would cause extreme power. Now it's starting to weaken, which
Yeah, exactly. Because too many people have done it.
That's interesting that you bring that up. Reverse, the reverse, what are they called? The Black
Lord's Prayer
Mass.
backwards.
Yeah, like because a lot of the Masonic stuff. Okay, so I was reading one of the books, and it was about the mysteries and the occult, and they were using the word Adonai backwards, and because I couldn't find a translation, and then I'm looking at it, I'm like, wait a minute, that's the word Adonai backwards, and it was really interesting. But
Aleister Crowley talked about doing stuff in reverse as much as you could, so you can see how your mind works. Tricks to figure out how your brain works.
They took all of this. So they took all of this stuff that you're talking about. Like, it is baked in. The Kala Chakra teachings, the Yogini teachings, they're all baked in. They're all in Telema. They're all in Theosophy. There is no. They didn't understand what they were looking at, and so we have all of this transgressive left-hand path practices.
You guys hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, I felt like you guys weren't hearing me before.
Do you have something to add, Dr. Robert?
I know astrologically, like there's some periods where some of us are barred from actually doing magic in those periods.
They're barred from doing magic.
I know, like
Yes, 100%, Dr. Robert.
Yeah, I remember my aunt kind of scolded me one day for doing magic because I'm a Scorpio. It was like a period, like it wasn't that long ago too. It was probably like 2013 maybe.
Like the window was closed when you could do magic.
Like for Scorpios, like it was a period where Scorpios, if they did any magic, it would just blow up in your face.
Yeah, no, that's what they say. That was the God, the Son of God. So if you want to interpret that as Christ, that's fine. If you want to interpret that as Shiva's son, Skanda, that's also fine. So he throws the left-hand path practices into the supernal waters where they sit for 800 years before they are rescued from the belly of a whale. So what story does that sound like?
Joan in the
It's
well.
interesting.
So that's the reality, is that sometimes the Vamacharya practices, the left-hand path practices, go back underground. That is the way it should be. Left-hand path practices are not meant for all of society. They're just not. It's just we have to have a system of secrecy or whatever. It should not be pervasive. And when it becomes pervasive, as it does in every yuga, every Kali yuga, and there's been several, it degrades the practices. So then they have to kind of go back into their original form, and then when we're ready, we'll receive them again. And then it's kind of like this cycle of we misuse them, and then they have to go to sleep again. That's basically it, and that's what Dr. Robert's saying.
Has anybody here ever been in love?
I've been in love
Like
plenty of
in
times.
love?
Plenty of times.
With myself.
How powerful. Is anybody here with yourself? Is that Daniel?
Oh, yes.
With yourself. Has anybody ever been in love and felt that power? Felt that power?
Yeah, I've been in
Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying, Jin?
Yeah.
Like
There's
nature.
a power when you're in love. It's like, oh my God, this.
But you have to love without
something rises
desire.
up.
That's the real trick. It's to love without desire.
Yeah, I'm talking about that power that develops when you're in love with another human being.
Mhm.
There's like that power rises and nothing can stand between it, especially if it's reciprocated.
No, I agree with you. It's a creative force.
It's
right?
the most
a
powerful
creative-
force in the universe.
Yes, 100%.
Nothing can stand between it.
Well, that's what the fifth
That's
element
kind
is
of
about.
that's kind of a way of describing. There's one aspect of power and energy. There's
Of
other
course.
aspects.
No,
Well,
of course.
I had a
Then
question
this
for the
is most
panel.
important.
My question for the panel is, my friend Brandon, he's
I
crazy.
love my dog too, Raven.
He says that he's got voices in his head and he thinks it's El Chapo and all this other shit, and that El Chapo is part of a DMT program in Mexico to put voices in his head. And basically, I've been trying to tell him that I've tried to get him
Joe
to
Rogan.
do Mongolian chanting, basically, to try to drown out the voices in his head, because I don't know what would you guys suggest
Mongolian
to do
chanting like
to
I would first take a biological route.
well, he's on all sorts of medicines and stuff.
voices in his head. Is he on a bunch of drugs too? Is he drinking? Is he drugging?
He's on a bunch of prescription stuff, but he claims that the voices were there
Prescription stuff.
before the
Are
prescriptions.
these mental drugs, like psych drugs?
Efficiency.
Yeah, well, he's got a weird story where he claims that some other people at some house claimed that they had the same scenario happening to them, and that he but it's attached to him now or something. It had something to do with some kind of pervert or something, and
That's
you know, I suggested that he may be demonically possessed or
walk in. Yep, a walk in.
and that, but he's just
start burning some sage and
But
doing
it's just
cleansing
holy water
ritual
on
in the house. Yeah.
Burn
Pour holy
sage.
water, spray it at him.
Use,
Just spray it on him.
lesser banishment ritual of the
The
pentagram.
LBRP.
Can I ask a question, Clint?
yeah. My question.
That house?
What's that?
Does he still live in that house?
I did speculate that perhaps it may be the house he's in that's haunted.
No, I'm saying like maybe he should move and get away for a while and see if there's any change in his disposition.
Well, he
But
has
also,
had
too, man,
he has had to go to the psych ward for 6 months once.
So he probably doesn't have a regular job, right, Clint?
There are high EMF levels there. Can you guys like get a device to test if the EMF levels are high? Because a lot of times, man, depending on like the frequency, like the electrical current going through a particular area, if it has high EMFs, that can cause like panic attacks and hallucinations and fear and stuff like that. So like,
yeah, I agree. I agree with everything Dr. Robert's saying. Always biological first, and then like see the living conditions. Even in a metaphysical way, that's exactly what you would do too. You would cleanse the house out first, because there's no point in cleansing the person if they're going to go back to a bad house. 100%.
But cleanse the house because that helps with your mental.
But
that
if
helps
the
with your
house
mind.
is getting,
and don't burn it.
Hit, if the house is getting hit with like what Dr. Robert's saying, like the EMF or whatever, that's not, cleansing the house is just going to be a 1-day measure.
Cleanse the person too. Don't masturbate.
But I'm always cleanse the house.
No porn.
I would too. I'm just saying that if it is the EMF thing, which it totally could be, that would be. I mean, cleansing them is going to be difficult unless they're.
That's not the cause. If it's a natural cause that has nothing to do with the supernatural or nothing to do with his biology, and it's just that like he has some type of freaky kind of like high like current that kind of has very weird biological effect on somebody, then it's just a current. So he might need to get an electrician that can turn the EMF levels down or get EMF blockers. I mean, because that's not supernatural. So why would you cleanse?
Well, also, Dr. Robert, a lot of people want to have something weird happen. They want to have something.
Well, I mean, they're crazy. They're sick by what's going on. So then somebody else comes in who knows, and if you got one of those devices that can test that level of EMF frequencies, basically.
You mean like Ghost Hunter?
Yeah, like Ghostbusters. Always go to every level.
Like they have
everything.
Travel channel, like little.
Look for radioactivity. Look for Indian burial grounds. Indian burial grounds.
I want to get some of that stuff.
Razor, and you look for clues. You start with the very simplest explanation first.
Yeah, I agree.
Totally.
And then if that isn't the answer, then you get progressively more weird. But first in anything, man, always go for the long-hanging fruit. If I give you any advice, always go for the low-hanging fruit. It's the easiest.
Dr. Robert, I'm a total skeptic when it comes to everything, but I have seen a few things that made me go,
me too, man. I'm telling you, like Catholic Church.
Okay.
No one is
There's some shit going
Catholic
on.
Church.
So I'm a skeptic, but I've seen shit that makes me go, whoa, no, there's some shit going on.
What Dr. Robert's saying is that the Catholic Church, like, they do exactly that. The Exorcist, that's what you mean, right?
Yeah. They're like hyper skeptical, man. Like they go through they go through psychology because a lot of stuff can be psychological disorders too, man. Like chemical,
and it can be treated using an exorcism. The psychological problem.
Because some of it is biological. It's just that, like, somebody's not getting. Because remember, we're biological chemical beings too, and then some of us are just born off, and then we live in a society that eats incorrectly. So if you're already born with certain deficiencies, and then you're in a society and you're poor and you're eating bad, fucked up food, and you can't get the proper balanced diet, that's gonna fuck with the way you see the world.
100%.
Totally. Man, you're talking about a eugenics program. That's what the United States has become. A giant eugenics program where all the food has been made to kill you.
Oh, yeah. What's even worse than that?
The medical industry is set up to kill you and make a bunch of money and feed the state.
And that's when, like,
and make a bunch lower your vibration. You can't even fight them magically because they're lowering your vibration.
Wait, what's that?
Because magic is the way we're going to fight these guys in the end, guys. Because they have all the bombs and the planes. We ain't going to have to fight them with our brains. And they may not have the bombs or the planes or the nuclear weapons, but
seriously,
but we're going to have to fight them with our minds. So thank God we got some brilliant people on here. The future looks good looking at you guys.
Well, the problem is we have to be in a collective agreement. That's the really powerful way. You want to talk like really powerful magic? That's the really.
We can agree to an enemy. We don't have to. We can agree who the enemy is. We don't have to agree what the fucking. We can all agree that the enemy is this. We don't all have to agree about what the nature of the universe is.
No, we don't have to agree.
We can all agree. Here's the enemy, the big worm coming down to eat your ass.
We don't really know like what's behind it all, do we?
Well, it's a big worm coming down like Dune. It's going to swallow us all in about 10 minutes.
Hey, Jen.
Sandworms.
Go for it, Doc.
Sandworms.
Have you ever had like the spirits when you're doing like magic, kind of like help you out a little bit?
Yeah,
like kind of like you do something on accident and then you realize, oh wow, that's what they wanted me to do.
Yeah, I mean, during sadhana, absolutely. I mean, that's what the dakinis are for. That's what the red girls are for.
Sadhana, what's sadhana, Jin?
So it's just basically like what Daniel was talking about, like lower banishing, pentagram, whatever, like all that ritual
LBRP.
magic.
Gotcha.
Yeah, all that stuff. So we just do that in Buddhism. We just call it sadhana, which is just our daily practice of using our purba, or the pointing little.
What if I
post them on
told you I
Twitter.
think the Rishas made me give them some of my blood?
The roosters?
The who?
The Rishas made me give them some of my blood.
Oh, the Orishas. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
So this
I was
is
doing
how
a
I
ritual,
feel.
man. I was doing a ritual, and I just got some new knives, man. And them motherfuckers are sharp. But I was cooking with the knives, basically, like made some food.
Okay.
And then I'm doing my ritual, right? So then I'm done. Like I'm doing some like serious magic too, because I don't like the sacrifice and shit. I made that clear, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think because of the level of what I was asking them for, they needed some type of blood.
Yeah, 100%.
Like I like barely touched the fucking knife, dude, and it felt like I almost cut my damn finger like a deep cut, and a lot of blood spilled.
No, I believe. No, that's a sign. That's definitely a sign. They definitely needed some kind of it's okay. So it's like what I always say, Full Metal Alchemist. It's the law of equivalent exchange. That's real. That's totally real. You have to give something to get something. Now, most people do magic and they're like, oh, I don't need to give anything. Well, you don't need to give anything physical, but you are giving karma. You are giving energy. You are taking energy from one place. So maybe another facet of your life. So if I do a money spell, okay, that is going to take energy from somewhere, maybe from my health or maybe from my.
But you know what you got to do, Jan? My aunt taught me a real good trick with that one. You know what you got to do? Because what people don't realize is that energy's lazy. Like so here's an example. Like if you want $10,000 and you don't really understand magic, and you get in a car accident, you lose your leg, and you get $10,000 because of that, because the magic, the energy it follows the path of least resistance.
Yes.
To get you whatever you want at the time you want it.
Yes.
So whenever you cast any spell, it's essential, dude, that you put these words at the top of all your spells, whatever language you want to do, or you say them out loud. You request what you want, and you add to it with harm to no one.
Well, I agree.
Yeah. Well, I'll
because I believe that we should only direct the magic internally for the most part, but I do believe that if we direct the power inside of ourselves, we produce an external result. But we should have the will purified enough that we don't necessarily look for the externalities. We push it inside, and then through our kind of rectification of our karma, through our kind of production of inner light, that we will then attract those things that we are doing in ourselves. That's what I personally believe. But people can believe what they want.
Jen, I love that we got you on here, man, because you are you are really just riding that spiritual edge and able to describe it. And I love that you're coming from that Eastern tradition, because that's what we need here, and it correlates perfectly with the Western thing, but it has to be put into form. It has to be described. Thank you for coming on here.
I think it's all the same. Dr. Robert knows this. I think it's all the same. I think we're all looking, like Clint's looking at it.
Oh, totally.
Dr. Robert's looking at it. You're looking at it. Dan's looking at it. We just all describe it in just different ways.
It's interesting you say that. You know why it's interesting you say that? Because that shows you, man, like the only real thing that exists is the mere witness. It's just mere witness consciousness, right? Like you said, I'm looking at these things from all different angles, right? Like I heard somebody put it this way once, like Clint can see the back of your head, but you can't see the back of your head. Does that mean Clint has more knowledge than you have? Or more consciousness than you have?
Kind of, in one sense, yes, he has that little bit more.
No, this is the thing, Todd. This is the thing. In Buddhism, we have this idea called the view, which we capitalize with a V, like the show, The View. So you have to have right view in order to perceive and to be able to do the right ritual. You have to understand. So if I'm looking at the back of Clint's head, just to continue that metaphor, I have to know that the back of Clint's head is just an object in space and time, and I can see past it. If I can project my will enough to see past it,
oh,
then
I like
will.
that. Kind of like how in karate, in karate, they teach you to punch past the power point, right?
Yes, that's it.
The point of connection.
That's
boom, punch past it, and you'll destroy.
But also, too, the point is that you get past all these forms, and you make contact with pure consciousness, which is supposed to be pure bright light.
Yes,
that's
it's the
all
pure turquoise.
Pure bright
turquoise
light.
Of Shiva. Pure turquoise of Shiva. It's the light that passes through ice, just like Ramek said in the Garden of Pomegranates. It's exactly the same. It's described in every religion exactly the same. It's like the color of a lightning bolt. This turquoise blue flame with a white core.
I was tripping.
Yeah, the magicians picture that color when they do their magic circle.
I was tripping once, and the two people with me that were tripping, it was like 12 years ago. We took a bunch of acid and edibles, and I seen a brown eye on my friend's forehead, and my other friend had a black eye on his forehead, and then they said I had a blue eye on my forehead, and it was pretty weird because I thought he had
blue eye.
I thought he had chocolate on his forehead the whole time. I'm like, man, he's got something on his head.
What the hell?
Now that you mentioned edibles, Clint, I think it's time to take an edible. I'm down here in Arizona where you can
get edibles. And those edibles have a bad crash.
Sour apple. Sour apple.
Great upgrade.
Let's see if it enlightens me at all.
You got
Probably
tons of that
not.
shit. Wait,
Down
hold on.
in Arizona. Yeah.
Show us all your edibles.
Well, I just have this one here with me.
All right.
Sour apple, delicious. 100 milligrams of.
Are those like gummies?
THC. They're gummies. Delicious. Mm-hmm.
I like the
brand is some weird. Brand is like weird Wild Child or something.
I said delicious.
I like how in Arizona they treat you like an adult. They actually let you go get some marijuana if you want it.
Oh, yeah.
In Utah, they hunted you down like you were a criminal, like you'd robbed the bank if you smoked a joint.
That's because they're Mormons.
Reefer Madness.
Yeah. Utah's Reefer Madness. Mitt Romney deciding who should do what.
Wasn't smoking weed more fun when it was illegal though? You had to like duck around the parking lot.
Yeah. Now that you get down here to Arizona, it's like you're in hell. Yeah, you're with the devils.
Man, because now you got too many people smoking weed, and a lot of people don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, like people
do overuse
like
it.
that. That's messed up.
People do overuse it, and it's so much stronger than it used to be. Like I was a real straight.
What we got here is the people that run the fucking world know what is going on. We didn't just arrive here just by circumstance. They have flooded this country with drugs. Bill Cooper said a long time ago, picture how many, he said, if you want to know how much drugs are in the United States, put a dot on every city, county, and town in the United States, and you could get any drug there at any time.
You know, that's anywhere, Todd, and I do think that...
yes.
You know, I do think that there is like this. I'm gonna like team up with Clint here. There is like a concerted effort to make the U.S. look worse than it is, and I also think like our perceptions are magical. Our perceptions are like we're co-creative with reality. So that if we assign negative qualities to certain things, like the country. And like Dr. Robert and I have had discourses about this, and it is what it is. You know, like that's why I say
I'm with Clint here. I'm with Clint here, Jin, because the Constitution is the only thing keeping you sitting right where you are right now.
100%.
We are a constitutional system. If they can overthrow that,
they can. But there was a coup.
We are done.
There was a coup on Johnson.
Oh, there's been a coup. There's probably been a coup, a secret coup.
Yeah,
we're sitting here wondering what's going on. That's why we don't know what's going on, because something has happened.
So definitely something has happened for sure, 100%.
Oh, yeah. Well, plus, the Constitution is one of the only remnants of Native American society left, where because it was based on Native American law, and except the only difference was the Native Americans had a different tribe member represent their tribe, so then the tribe member wouldn't vote their tribe all the good stuff, you know.
Well, the Constitution's made up of a lot of laws that England
Well, I mean, it has
got
to do
to.
with
You
The
have
Magna
to
Carta,
repeal
they had spent hundreds of years like property rights and stuff. So
the Magna
partially,
Carta was good, but I know Dr. Robert's going to get mad at me. Don't get mad at me, Doc. But I do think that like to repeal the 1964 Civil Rights Act is probably the right move. It's just my opinion. A lot of people think this, not just me.
Well, the country hasn't been
the repeal.
quite.
It has to be repealed. Yeah. In order to restore constitutional order, I think that probably happen.
There was quite a few. I mean, there was a state of emergency in 1933, which outlawed gold. There was 1917, 1918. You know, I mean, there's just layers upon layers of unconstitutionalities that have grown into a Frankenstein.
These people I've noticed are kind of like vampires. They follow rules, right?
Yes, they have.
They
to
will
follow
stop
the
at the daylight. When they reach the sunlight, they're like, they don't pass it for some reason. So it's like, that is what is protecting us right now for some reason. Even though they've told us I hear you. They've broken all the laws. They're snooping on you in every device.
I don't
Your
think
refrigerator is listening and snooping.
I think that
they have some kind of laws, that they're following.
Yeah, exactly, Todd. They follow some kind of code. They follow the law, as at least in the letter. So maybe not in the spirit of, but they follow it to the letter. And
so they are stopping right at the sunlight.
Well, there was
it burns them for some reason.
Well,
I think what Clint's saying though is if they get rid of the Constitution, then the sunlight won't. They'll just keep coming at you.
But where I disagree with Clint is that you have to have
I got a question though.
Practical solution.
Well, the solution. Well, I guess let Dr. Roberts.
You're not gonna get a repeal of all these little amendments, but you could repeal that one act. That would make a major difference in restoration of the Constitution. I'm just
what's
saying.
going on is that they're using compelled performance of contract and statute law, and we need to use compelled performance of contract back against them with the law, and that's the solution, I believe. But go ask your question, Doctor.
Can I say something though? The Constitution is not a gun or a sword. You can't shoot, kill, intimidate people with the motherfucking Constitution, man. A lot of reasons why they're just ignoring the Constitution, dude. The only thing, I'll be honest with you, I'm getting straight Nietzschean on you motherfuckers, man. The only thing that really matters is fucking power. You ever see that Simpson episode where you got that smart guy, the little smart Simpson character?
Lisa?
Trying to give like that bully. What's that bully's name? They go,
Nelson.
ha, ha.
Nelson.
Yeah, so he's trying to give Nelson an argument for why Nelson shouldn't take his lunch, right? And it's a well-reasoned argument, right? And Nelson listens patiently, right? As soon as the smart guy is done and he's told his brilliant argument, Nelson balls up his fist, punches him,
and goes ha, and goes ha.
Well, the thing about it,
and takes his lunch money.
Yeah,
it's really all about power, dude.
Yeah, it's about power, Dr. Robert.
Hold on.
But power, Robert, Dr. Robert, that power, as powerful as it is, doesn't work right here, right now on this show, which is fantastic.
Well,
we're able to sit here and do this on this show.
Well, hold on.
Life in general.
That's why. Listen to me though. Let's be realistic. That's why these smart little kids, whether they're white or black, I'm talking about just motherfuckers who got a lot of money. They could rape women, steal shit, and they won't see a day of jail time.
That's Jeffrey Epstein,
that's the power. Yeah, that's it. But that's the power I'm talking about. Like the only you can only have a law if you can fucking enforce it. That's why you look at the Statue of Liberty. She had the blindfold, right? It's for like, it respects no person under the law. It doesn't see color or anything. Law is blind, right? Then it has a sword and a shield also. Justice has to be able to enforce itself. If you can't enforce your laws, you have no fucking laws.
That's what the Second Amendment was for. I mean, I'm not condoning violence or anything, but see, the judges and all the politicians are under oath to the Constitution, and they must be within the constitutional limitations. And that the peaceful remedy, I believe, is the quo warrantos, where the writ of quo warranto is a legal process that asks by what authority. And then since they're doing something that's outside of the Constitution and there is no constitutional authority, they would be in violation of their oath to office, and they would be forced to resign.
What if I don't care about the oath? What if I don't care about the oath? What if
But
I
they
just
do, Dr. Robert,
Well,
but and I get
you
what
have to
you're
read
saying,
the
that
Declaration
power
of
is very
Independence.
important.
To see the answer, you have to read the Declaration of Independence. Because I can't say it on here.
No, but I'm saying though, basically, like, who's going to enforce that? Like, when I violate the Constitution, do the words come off the page? Bind me in chains and
No,
go.
100%,
You violated me.
100%.
You know
Well,
what I
you
mean?
see,
Like,
hold on.
If nobody, if you can't enforce it, it's just fucking words.
Hey, there was a baseball game right over in Japan, and somebody in the audience caught the ball, and they passed the ball to everybody in the entire stadium, and then gave it back to the person that caught it.
Well, that's interesting.
Well, what
Yeah,
I'm saying is, like,
everything's about-
maybe
so
a better
Dr.
world would
Robert,
be
to answer your
possible
question.
if we were nicer and had a nicer society, I guess.
Yes, exactly. You have to pre-configure yourself before you pre-configure society. So until we're all ascended masters, we have to abide by a certain governing order, and maybe that governing order is a kind of centrist liberalism, and maybe it's imperfect, and maybe it's not a clientele system where the DNC just hands you whatever you want because you kind of like make up a voting block. I think that this is a really interesting idea, though, that like what kind of society do people want? Because I increasingly see that people want a kind of illiberalism, a kind of move towards like this more authoritarian sort of like, well, we don't like your order. And this goes for both. This goes for both sides, like left and right. And I'm on more on the right. Like I've said this many times on the show, and this is the reality, though, is that we do have to have a kind of like map for power and a map for like getting what we want. But the minute we start doing that shit, it's going to be done to us. Like the minute we start enforcing these like overarching kind of like broad programs, it is going to be used.
No, I said it a while back, Jen. The minute that we heard that we were torturing people from other countries, that means you're going to be tortured.
Well, the thing about it is,
when we first heard the CIA is torturing people, that's okay. You're like, oh, they're torturing because they're saving us from the horrible evil. That means that's finally going to come to you. Is what that means. If you go,
well,
that's great.
Todd, I
they're
don't
torturing
worry about
people.
these. I don't worry about these third world conflicts. I just cannot take them on. My family's from Indonesia. I totally get it. I know all about CIA involvement. I know all about Operation Gladio in the Southeast Asia and the drug running,
right?
Golden Triangle, all of this. But like,
right.
You live in America. It is time to put on your big boy pants. I'm not just talking about you, Todd, and I'm not directing this at you. I'm just saying people need to like put on their big boy pants and be like, what kind of society do we want? Stop projecting yourself into the third world. Stop making decisions for the third world. Just let them fucking be. And yeah, I agree with you, Todd. Like, get the army out of there. But the reality is you need national security. There are things that you need that have to happen.
The founding fathers were against. Hold on. The founding fathers were against any foreign intervention. And to answer Dr. Rob's question, this isn't my personal opinion because I believe in peace. But the answer to his question is the militia. That's the answer. And but the thing about it is,
I agree to that, but that's no guarantee the militia's going to win, though. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, there is no militia right now. They've outlawed militia.
They still do it too because when they took over,
like whoever has the power to enforce their laws has real laws. Whoever
Yeah,
has
but
the power
who is the
to enforce
militia?
laws has real laws.
The militia is every able-bodied male from 17 to
But
43.
that's like Georgism. You're talking about Georgism.
Yeah, that's like
That's
50-50.
totally
No, no,
understandable.
Yeah,
no.
we
This
have the
is
power to go to war, but that doesn't mean we're going to win the war.
No,
Like,
but
yeah,
there's
the thing about it is that hold on. The thing about it is that it only took 2% of Americans to fight the British and defeat the most powerful army on
Yeah,
earth.
but they didn't
2%.
have guns. They didn't have weapons now that they can push a button and turn your body off.
Yeah,
It does-
militias were
in Vietnam.
Militias were created at the beginning of our country because that was the only way you could deal with the British. I mean, that's where militias got created.
Well, the right to
so
keep and
what
bear
do you
arms.
do, Clint, when you have all these black nationalists from Mississippi coming up and being like, we want like a cut of your land because of slavery, and that is, a valid historical point that I think Dr. Robert would agree with. And so the reality is you are going to have this kind of like extreme racial discord in the idea of militias.
The thing about it is that
so it's a total
if we don't,
fantasy.
well, hold on. The thing about it is if we don't all be on the same team, the world government's going to squash just like a bug.
Yeah.
And it doesn't
If
matter
we don't
what
get on the
race,
same team, you're not going to argue these. If we don't get on the same team, we're not going to argue these little fucking minuscule points. We're going to be, it's over.
That's why they're always dividing us.
Something real quick. What you guys are saying is true, but it's irrelevant to what we're talking about. Yeah, we can fight, but listen to me. We can fight. Everyone can fight. We can come together and fight. But unless you win and can dominate the other group, you have no power to enforce your law.
Well, it's not about fighting, though.
That's just a fact. That's just
But you're
a fact,
never
man.
going to
That's
get
just
people to
reality.
sing Kumbaya. You're never going to get people to sing Kumbaya.
It's about
Kumbaya, my lord, Kumbaya, Kumbaya, Kumbaya.
Only the greatest prophet of all time can unite the world.
Who's that?
True. What Dan's saying is true. We need a philosopher king.
Well,
Just
the
the
law,
reality.
the law, though, is already on our
The
side.
battle for the philosopher king. We need a TV show, Philosopher King. Who will win?
Brought up an interesting
Dr.
point.
Robert will win.
Jen just brought up.
Dr. Robert could win. Jin's up there too.
It's because, and Nietzsche said this too. You beat them with ideas. We just have to have a more superior mind virus, a more superior mean that has.
That's why you don't censor. You don't censor, Dr. Robert. Let's start with no censorship.
But here's the power
I
of
agree
the
with
law.
that, Todd.
Check this
100%.
out.
No censorship at all.
Let everyone argue their point down.
But then you
down
get the
to the end,
Holocaust.
yeah.
Like some points do have to win over, and then you have to go through the best points too. It can't be a free for all. Everybody can't win. That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm not trying to win.
But you could have categories. You could have categories. Categories where people got it right.
Trying to have everybody be free, and that before the United States started, there was no freedom like the United States before anywheres. And that
man, let me tell you a story. Miss Interesting, you say that too. Let me tell you from a black perspective. You ever heard of Sojourner Truth?
Hold on though, but where were you born? Born in America. We're American.
Yeah, you got it.
Before you jump on and say you think you know what I'm talking about. Sometimes Sojourner Truth. Some people, man, want to be enslaved.
That's true.
Sometimes
100%,
Sojourner would have to pull on guns on black people and force them to be free. And I'm just giving that as a real life example. But even Plato talks about that with the cave.
Mm-hmm.
There's some people when you tell them, hey man, we're just looking at fucking shadows on the wall, man. This is not the real world. The real world.
You can leave here at any time. The door's open.
Some people will try to kill you for it. That's what he was talking about Socrates. Socrates was going around and showing people to the light and showing them the truth. And then there was a group of people who didn't want the light, didn't want the truth. So then they arranged the kangaroo court and killed Socrates. I mean, that's just the way the world is.
That's called democracy. Democracy.
Like Democrats, yeah. Democrats are doing that.
They voted
don't
and
want
they
the
killed
truth.
us. That's the same thing the KKK was doing. They were Democrats. They
Of course,
voted.
I'm kidding about the Democrats, but I'm not. They don't want the truth.
No, but
They don't want.
I don't want because when you talk about Republicans, Allen Dulles, they were Republicans.
But
The
most
people who
most
make
Republicans
the
are
Oh,
not.
yeah.
vote are Republicans. A lot of people who are doing
Yeah.
mind control, they were Republicans. Dude, it's all
Yeah,
of these
but
Totally.
motherfuckers.
they're
Well,
not.
do you think
Know
Jim,
them,
but
All of these
Dr. Robert,
know them
Jimmy
by their
every
Carter
last
fruit.
one of them.
The Bush
Yeah.
Senior was a Nazi. Most of the so-called Republicans were Nazis and socialists and communists, and they were only
Communists.
pretending to be Republicans. And that the Illuminati made anarchy,
Listen.
democracy, socialism, and communism as tools of itself to use against everyone.
on that subject of the globalists, why would the richest people on earth want to give over their wealth to a communist system where it redistributes it? Because they're not going to give over their wealth. They're going to sit on top of everything. You've heard of Abby Hoffman, Dr. Robert. Have you heard of Abby Hoffman?
Still this book?
Still this book, yeah. He said that these ultra wealthy capitalists would come down and finance their fucking protests. I'll read a quote if you like from Abby Hoffman. He says, one of the leading revolutionaries during the turbulent 1960s admitted that some wealthy Americans were controlling the anti-government movement, of which he was a part. He wrote, hold on, here's a quote. The big capitals have some allies within the revolutionary community. Long hairs who work with intermediaries between the kids on the street and the millionaire businessmen. So they're coming down and financing.
100%, man. But that's what the KKK too,
Yeah.
man. They infiltrate every
Totally.
station. It's all these talk about is just infiltrate.
The KKK is Illuminati. They're a subdivision of Illuminati.
That's how you control people.
You know who, Dr. Robert, you know who doesn't let the, hold on, you know who doesn't let the KKK go away? The U.S. government. They need it to prove that white supremacists are everywhere. They will never let the Russian collusion theory die, and they will never let the theory that there are Ku Klux Klan members everywhere around us die, because they use that to push us in a direction they want us to go.
Most definitely, man. We're just chess pieces.
Yeah, 100%.
Yes.
Black and white, black
the
and
anti-
white dialectical maneuvering. They maneuver both parties, Republican and Democrat.
And people move just
That's right. We're the
easily.
chess pieces, exactly like Dr. Robert said.
Easily.
The Anti-Defamation League.
All right, guys. I'm so sorry. Just when the discussion is getting great, unfortunately, we are running low on time. So I do want to bring everybody back on to give their plugs and say their goodbyes. Let's start with Todd the Bod. Hey, Todd.
Oh, wow, Daniel. Thank you. Thank you. I missed you so much.
Thank
Being
you.
gone for 2 weeks.
Was it
Thank
2
you for putting this
weeks?
incredible show on. 2 whole weeks. Oh my God. Never leave again. When you go, I think the world's going to come to an end, because you know your show's called End of Days Radio. So if you don't come on, I know it's coming to an end where you are. So, but no, thank you, Daniel. Appreciate the show. All the guests, incredible tonight. Chris Knowles, thank you. I want to do a shout out list to everybody, all of you, everyone. I love you. We love you. Who's all the great guests? Barbara, Kate Montana, Chaz, Jin, General Lee, Lux, New York Patriot, Raven Kiefer, John Kerwin, Dr. Robert, Steve Beachy Cast, Clint Aestwood, Troublemaker Jonah, Robbie Marks, Dave Petrella, Chad Warren, Dave Sarah, Sherry Logan, Grubb, and Michael Deacon. Thank you all for coming on Daniel's show. Please, if you like Daniel's show, give him money. It can help his life to get better. You put on more shows. I love you so much, Daniel. Keep this shit coming, my man. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Todd. Always good to talk to you. Let's touch bases next with the good doctor, Dr. Robert.
What's up, man? I'm gonna echo Todd a bit. Make sure you do your best if you can to support the show. It's a good show. It's getting better and better. We really do our research. It's funny too. Just donate to Daniel. And another thing, man, hit that subscribe button. That's the best thing you can do. It's free. It's not much effort. It only takes 1 second. Just go to End of Days Radio on YouTube and hit subscribe. And I don't know if they have the same thing on like Spotify and stuff like that. I don't know. I know about YouTube and and follow us, Dr. Robert. I'm on and it's Dr. Robert LSD at Dr. Robert LSD on Instagram and at Dr. Robert LSD on TikTok. You can find me there. If you boxing fans, I want you to check out my fan bam, Shakur Stevenson, by far, a masterclass boxer, by far the most superior boxer in his division. Check him out, man. Stephen Shakur is from New York. Check him out, man. 135, 140 division. That motherfucker's bad as fuck. And you know what I'm gonna say? You know what I'm gonna say now? I'm gonna say this. There's only one politician I trust in this bitch, and that's AOC because I've seen her work, dude. Remember she's hampered by Congress a lot, but the shit she can do and what she's done for New York and her vision and getting the money to build schools, the backpack program, she does a record expungement program. She's doing this thing on government hacks, kind of trying to find money in certain programs that people can take advantage of to make their financial life easier, through like government assistance programs and things like that, man. So she's really organizing and she really has a plan and platform that's really producing results. The things we were talking about, we need people who produce results. And there's a lot of lies on her and shit too. Despite about what you think about her, that pretty motherfucker produces results, period. If you don't believe me, go to her website. She has everything listed. Also on her website, she has every fucking counter and every fact check to every lie told about her. So you guys go there and get hooked up in advance. And the last thing I want to say again is support Daniel, man, and pray for us all, man. Pray for the world. Let's start visualizing solutions, man. Let's start visualizing the type of world we were talking about we need, man, because that's manifestation. And if we can encourage other people to take a risk and just, engage your imagination and try to entertain what a better world would be like, it'll start to show up in our action. It will literally affect the way you feel. It will literally affect the way you walk. It will literally affect the way you see the world. How we feel affects our perceptions. So with that said, man, I love you. And I have to go feed my little girl. So catch you later. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Robert. A pleasure as usual. And once again, great episode of Down the Rabbit Hole. Let's go next to Jin the Ninja.
Hey, Dan. Oh, wow. I appreciate that you invite me on, and as always, and I just love being with the guys. I love Clint and Dr. Robert and Todd and you, Dan. And I just think you guys are great. And I was a little spicier tonight, but I actually agree with Clint a lot. Clint actually knows this, but I do agree with him in most ways. And I am more of a libertarian than anything else. But I do think that Dr. Robert has sort of, I don't know, I don't want to use a psychosexual word like penetrated. That sounds really weird. But I just want to say he has influenced like my shaped my thinking about power and how important it is, and that some people are going to go for it, and that, you know, there's a group of libertarians or whatever that will never aim for it, and that's a big mistake, I think, in my opinion. So I'll just end with that, and people can check out my show on Spotify. Obviously, donate to Dan. Obviously, Clint has been doing like these really great constitutional broadcasts, so people should check those out. I'm really funny on Twitter, I think, personally, but so you can look at me on there, and that's pretty much it. And hopefully, Dan and everybody on the panel like enjoys me, and I'll keep coming back as long as I'm invited. So thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Awesome. Thank you, Jin. And you can be as spicy as you want on this program. That's the great thing about it. We're not about the censorship or the we don't want to take ourselves too seriously. If we fight it out, that's great, as long as we shake hands at the end of the day. Appreciate you, Jin. And let's go next to Clint Aestwood, the third world assassin.
Oh yeah, what's going on? Yeah, I guess I just wanted to say that I'm pro peace, and I do believe there's a lawful, peaceful remedy, and that is the way we should go, and that it's because, you know, the compelled performance of contract thing is the writs of quo warranto and other types of paperwork filing, because the communists and socialists, aka Illuminati, want there to be violence, so we can't give them what they want. That's, plus we need to, maintain a karmic value, basically. War is evil, and that, when France had its revolution that was orchestrated by the Illuminati, it was horrible. I mean, I hate to say the word in the literal context that the bloodbath. But I mean, okay, so Nasta Webster outlines how the Illuminati made the grain shortage and then ordered people to burn down their own fucking shit. And it was like a faked letter from the king or some shit. And that the whole thing was orchestrated because of King Louis XVI giving America money to help, defeat England. And that the whole, because King Louis, he might have known that everything was going to go down, and the whole kingdom was going to get fucked. So he figured he would just go down with the ship and give a bunch of funds to America, because all the secret societies of Europe were slowly being intervened or are intertwined and taken over by the Illuminati. And Adam Weishaupt admits to using the Jesuit system, and that I'm still not sure if he's a Jesuit or not, but like an undercover Jesuit. But the Vatican Church was against technology and anything that undermined the Pope and its world government and the whole religion. And that damn it, why am I gonna burp right now? But Adam Weishaupt in the book Nasta Webster, World Revolution, there's all these people she's talking about that she's quoting them verbatim in letters and shit. And he was against humankind advancing. The communists were against luxuries, and fucking they wanted to make specifically a thing that was, destroy all luxury items, have everybody working in the field, and fucking meanwhile the control power will sit and use everybody for its own biddings to do whatever it wants to do. And it's, the communists don't care about people casualties and so on, and they're purposely trying to destroy stuff, and they're purposely trying to cause the chaos. And that fucking and we basically just need, I think we need to just write everybody we can, and get everybody in the know about that we need to file paperwork to compel performance of the Constitution, because these people are under oath to the Constitution, and for them to violate that oath is a felony. And fucking we just need to have people that are making our country constitutional again, because there was a lot of people that died so we could have a Constitution and a Bill of Rights and fucking if the socialist communist Illuminati takes over, there's not going to be any freedom of religion. And that's why it's pointless for all those Jay Dyer fans that want me to argue with him. Simply, I don't even know why, but it's pointless to argue because there's bigger fish to fry. And fucking me arguing with someone about their religion, I don't believe in that. I believe in freedom. You can believe whatever you want. That's what America's about. Believe in whatever you want, and fucking as long as you don't infringe on anybody else's rights. And that currently, all of our rights are being infringed on, and the courts aren't operating under the law. The police aren't operating under the Constitution. They violate people's 4th and 5th Amendment every day, on a daily basis.
Oh, damn, you're losing your voice.
Oh, well, I'm chewing on this asthma stick, and it's like drying my mouth out.
Oh, I was like, damn, you must have just done like a 6-hour live stream that did the show for like 5 hours.
Oh no, I laid off today, but they have destroyed due process. I wanted to bring up this guy in New York who's getting hammered with some kind of gun making lawsuit, and fucking I was trying to just talk to him about it because he's friends with this Carl dude that has like a giant gun collection or some shit on Twitter, and I don't know why, but it was suggested to me. And but anyways, so I've tried to get the Carl dude on my YouTube to talk about stuff, but he hasn't wanted to come on. But my point though is that this dude's in huge trouble, and fucking it was like, dude, what is your lawyer's arguments? Are they gonna, if you're toast, I can't legally give legal advice, so I stated what I would do in his situation if they didn't have a proper argument is go to Florida where they can't expedite you. I mean, but this guy's gonna get fucking crucified because
they can't expedite you in Florida.
Yeah, if you go to Florida, you can. Doesn't matter if you got warrants in other states; they won't come get you. As long as you're staying. You didn't know that?
No, I thought that was what's that place over in Europe?
No, it's Florida.
That's crazy. Yeah, I didn't know that. That's kind of scary.
It's like this dude he's under the impression that the Constitution is still in law and that the courts are operating on a constitutional level. And so he believes that his Second Amendment argument is flawless and that he doesn't understand that the Constitution has been nullified, that, our rights have been nullified and the courts are under silent judicial notice to withhold the Constitution from the public, withhold the fact that we don't have a Constitution. And that fucking, so the dude's, it's like when you're in an argument like that, you have to get the judge to say stuff on the record, and then you have to fucking, this isn't legal advice, these are just facts. You get the judge to say something on the record, and then you use it against him. If you can get the judge to admit it's a constitutional, constitutional jurisdiction, and then you get them to admit it's a common law jurisdiction, does common law work in this court or what? I'd like you to state it for the record. I mean, I would totally suggest, if I was in any situation, I would just play dumb. It's like Carl Miller says, play, damn, what does he say? Some kind of funny thing about playing ultra dumb. But, it's like, okay, so one time I was just walking on the street, fucking, I got stopped by 2 police, and they were like, they stopped me and they asked to search me. I said, well, am I under arrest or am I being detained as a witness? And they didn't answer. And I asked them like 10 times. And then I said, well, I'd like to talk to your commanding officer. And then their commanding officer came and I asked them, am I being detained or as a witness or am I under arrest? And they refused to answer yes or no because they knew if they said no, then I could walk away. And fucking, they didn't have me on anything. Then they made up a bogus claim of they claimed the house we were standing in front of, the lady called the cops, claiming that I touched her yard ornament, and I was walking. And I was like, okay, so if I touched her yard ornament, I'd be like 3 blocks from here, and that, and first of all, I have the right to confront my accuser. And they were like, well, oh, blah, blah. And, then they were like, and then I brought it to the point where I was like, where we're 3 grown people. I don't remember how many people were there by that point, like maybe like 5 cops. But I'm like, we're all grown men standing here in the street, and you're sitting here lying to my goddamn face, you know, and fucking they all wouldn't say nothing. They didn't say nothing. I was just fucking walking with a skateboard, walking home, and they fucking, you know, I quoted my right to travel. I have the right to freely travel, freely and unencumbered. I don't remember what court case that is, but you see, it's like, you know, like say you were drinking and driving, and you got pulled over, well, and then they asked you to take a breathalyzer. That's getting you to violate your Fifth Amendment. And then if you say that you want to exercise your Fifth Amendment, they'll say, oh, you know, when it comes down to court, they'll say, oh, well, you signed the license, you acquiesced into jurisdiction, and that we're compelling performance of contract of the license against you, and we're charging you with drinking and driving, and you don't have a Fifth Amendment right. And fucking you know, it's complicated. They've brought the old British laws back to America to rape the masses, and fucking all those judges have financial interest in every court case because they get paid more if the plaintiff loses. And fucking that's against their judicial code of conduct. You see, all the laws are on our side. Every day, endless amounts of people go to jail for child support when it's a debtor's prison, and you can look up debtor's prison. It's illegal in America, and judges every day, like fucking ticks of a clock, jail, 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 jail. They fucking throw people in jail for debtor's prisons, and they fuck everybody. You know, I almost got arrested in Kalamazoo for simply teaching people how they could fucking stand up to the courts. And I watched fucking all these young black guys fucking go to jail for fucking debtor's prison when I knew it was illegal, and they wouldn't let me talk until the last case, and fucking until everybody was gone. And I brought up debtor's prisons, and they fucking it's fucked up. I mean, how's a person supposed to pay money if they're in jail? You know, they're sitting there running a fucking game on all of us, and the Constitution matters because it's the thing.
Why were they having to go to jail?
For child support.
For child support?
Yeah, child support.
You can go to jail for child support?
Oh yeah, even owing money to the courts, they'll throw your ass.
Never had any kids.
Well, it's just crazy. I mean, I argued the law so hard that they wouldn't put it on the record, and fucking they dismissed all the money. They didn't want any money because they said I couldn't see my kids. So I argued as hard as I could, and fucking they couldn't get any money out of me because I quoted the law. But if they ruled in my favor, any Jack Joe motherfucker could fucking quote my case and fucking use it to not have a fucking debt attached to them, you know, because they claim it's a civil court. But yeah,
there's not married. If you're not married, you're not obligated to spend anything on your kids. You don't have to buy them shoes or anything.
Well, you see, before any of the court happened, when I signed the birth certificate, I signed it reservation of rights without prejudice, you know, so that I would reserve my rights without prejudice into constitutional law. And when I went to court the first time, before the court case, I talked to the lawyer, the prosecuting attorney, and I said, you don't have a case because I'm going to argue jurisdiction. You don't have any jurisdiction because I fucking reserved my rights without prejudice into constitutional law on the contract. So unless you can fucking magically make a contract appear with my fucking signature on it without that reservation of rights, you don't have a case. And then I told him, I was like, I don't want no goddamn fucking Masons in the courtroom all lying for each other. And fucking the first day of court, fucking I go in the building, there's fucking 5 cops getting in my face saying, what are you gonna do? And I'm sitting there holding paperwork, and fucking then I get in the courtroom and I say, Your Honor, I'd like to plead in the form of a demurrer, and I would like to put a jurisdiction challenge on the record. I would like you to prove jurisdiction. And then the judge made the stenographer erase my jurisdiction challenge, which is violation of due process. And then fucking he refused to acknowledge the jurisdiction challenge. Then when I asked on the record to have the contract put on the record with showing my reservation of rights into the constitutional jurisdiction, and that they were operating under unconstitutional, they were operating in unconstitutional commerce, and fucking that I had the right to not be involved in unconstitutional commerce or unconstitutional jurisdictions. They refused to allow me to enter on the record the affidavit. That was the only contract that they had me under jurisdiction with. And fucking then when I paid money to get the video magically disappeared because they're all fucking committing fraud, violating people's rights, which is a felony. They're acting under the color of law, which is a felony. And fucking nobody gives a shit. Nobody bats an eye. You know, when I was 15 in 1998, I argued the Constitution in the court, and the judge said, there is no Constitution in my court. And nobody in the whole fucking courtroom batted an eye because they were all fucking idiots. And, you know, what's going on is fucking, it's horrible. You know, there's people, I've got black friends that are in prison right now working for less than $1 an hour. And fucking people are worried about slavery in the past. What about the slavery right now? These motherfuckers, I got a friend that's in life forever because he self-defense killed somebody, and fucking he's locked up forever. And fucking it really pissed me off because these little trolls came on my live stream and fucking were basically being a little racist and fucking I got.
How did they even find your live stream?
Well, they weren't really trolls, but they were I don't know, they were just some dumb little punks. I was trying to educate them, and they kept saying this. They kept having some weird racist noise in the background, and fucking it's hard to explain. But if you've seen the live stream, I'm not going to say what they were doing exactly, but it was it was just pathetic. Because I was trying to teach them something. They didn't even give a fuck.
That almost sounds like some kind of gang stalking thing.
No, they admitted that they just were looking at the latest live streams and just going on them and clowning with people. But I mean, they had like a racist mentality though. They kept playing the noise of the fire alarm going with the low battery, and then they were saying a clip of the N-word, and I was like, I'm gonna throw you off here if you say that clip again, because I don't know if they were calling me that or if they were just saying it in general to be a troll.
Oh, they're trying to get your channel flagged.
Maybe. I don't know. It's just, well, they might have
people that do that like pull out their dicks on people's channels and stuff. Like somebody did that to this show before. He pulled out his fucking dong and he started jerking off and saying the N-word.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, I had to cut it out and everything, and like it gets rid of the chat when you do that.
Jesus, people are such trash. I mean, it's pathetic. They don't have any honor. The first thing I learned in Kung Fu and stuff is honor. And fucking, when I learned the Constitution and the law, I found honor. And fucking, when I use that honor and fucking quote that law, I've seen police, sweat because I said Title 18, United States Code, Section 242, which is deprivation of rights under the color of law, which is a felony. I've seen them sweat when I say that. I was like, you want to violate my Fourth Amendment right and search me without a warrant or a fucking probable cause? Because they didn't have any probable cause so many times. And I'd quote the law verbatim, and they'd all huddle and talk to each other. And it's like, am I under arrest or not? Am I being detained as a witness? Because when they say detained, they mean detained as a witness, because it's the only reason they can detain you. And it's a complicated subject. I mean, every day on Law and Order SVU and shit, we see the Constitution being violated on Cops on TV. The TV show. As ever since like the 80s, we've been seeing no-knock warrants, which are illegal, which are unconstitutional. Every day the Constitution is just trampled all over, and people aren't even aware of it. I bring the example of the federal income tax that's not enumerated, that violates the 10th Amendment, that violates the 10 square mile clause, that violates the gold and silver clause because they're not even taxing legal money pursuant to 12 United States Code 411. And that fucking, it's just ridiculous. It's like all these people running around pretend like we got a constitution, and we don't have a constitution. We don't have any gold or silver money. We don't have Congress waging war, because Congress hasn't waged war since World War II. Only the United Nations Security Council under Article 43 of United Nations Charter, which was written by communist Elgar Hiss, and by the Participation Act, their Soviet communist generals order our troops around. And whenever I tell anybody that I know that's in the military, they're in complete denial, even if I show them the law. They don't care about their oath to the Constitution, and it's fucked. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
Oh no, I was just enjoying the monologue.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's the there's about 20 different reasons why. I mean, first of all, the IRS was never enacted into law under Title 26 United States Code, so it's only enforceable in federal jurisdiction. But
what's the thing about the like how is that even possible that the UN can't have anything to do with what our military does? Like, how is that even? I mean, well, it's so ridiculous.
Well, the goal of the Illuminati was to make a world government, and that the charter that was entered into because of Article 43 giving the power to the UN, it was already unconstitutional because only Congress has the power to wage war, and the War Powers Clause is a limiting clause. Only Congress can wage war because they're the only people listed. It's just like the Second Amendment. There can't legally be any infringement because none's listed on the Second Amendment. And that according to Lake County versus Rollins, which states they are not at liberty to reach for definitions beyond the instrument, they as in the government and the instrument, the Constitution, they can't reach for definitions beyond the instrument. And because of Supreme Court case Ex parte Grossman, which it says the Constitution must be defined with the common law. And so, everything they're doing is unconstitutional based on those two court cases alone. Every executive order is unconstitutional. The list goes on and on and on and on. I mean,
well, we better wrap it up. We're getting close to that 5-hour mark.
Oh yeah, plus I'm gonna have Todd on tonight.
All right, head over to Clint's channel to check out Todd. As both these guys got plenty of steam left. I'm about to pass out.
Yeah, hopefully that edible doesn't get Todd. All right, well, take it easy. I definitely suggest to read the Nesta Webster World Revolution blog, but keep in mind that lady's a little bit of an anti-Semite, and fucking she doesn't understand that that Rothschild, once he became Illuminati, he was no longer a Jewish person, and that's why Rothschild financed the Nazis, because fucking he was Illuminati, and fucking he was lower level, but Illuminati nonetheless. And when people go around blaming the Jewish people, they're being fools because they're being tricked. It's exactly the dupes of the Illuminati's plan was to, create the protocols of the Elders of Zion to dupe people into believing that it was the Jewish people behind the conspiracy when it's not. It's these Illuminists, and that's the name of the tune. but yeah, I'm pretty much done besides that.
All right. Did you want to plug your channel?
Oh yeah. Third World Assassin. Third World Assassin is the channel, one word. And basically I just upload a lot of Wayne Cooper, but I have been doing live streams lately and stuff and reading books. I read all the books so far of Nasta Webster's on the live streams and went to detailed background checks on the people and the French words used, and that it's quite, because I've always known there was an Illuminati conspiracy behind the French Revolution, but I never actually nailed it down, and that this lady fucking nails it down. I mean, it's a shame she's kind of an anti-Semite, but like her book proves more than anything I've ever seen about the Illuminati conspiracy, like period. I mean, it references so many different books, and then you got to go to the side notes and look up that book, and fucking it becomes all these like a side quest within a side quest, trying to fucking nail these phrases and these people down, these Illuminists, and that fucking if you're a Christian, then I would highly suggest that you fucking partake in the research, because they're going to destroy your religion. They're going to destroy all religions, you know, and they're going to save theirs. And it's all for the ends justifying the means. And that's what it's all about. And they want to return the whole world into third world nations. And that's the name of the tune. And we see it all in, you know, real time right now. But yeah, I'm pretty much done. I gotta take a
Awesome.
leak.
Thanks, Clint. You're fantastic as usual. Check out Clint's channel and check out the interviews with Todd and myself. Thank you, everybody, for staying tuned in. We are about to close out. Just wanted to quickly do our mind-blowing moment of the day. That's got to be when our guest, the Secret Sun, speaks, when he talked about Project Bluebeam being completely fake. My God, that's a different type of theory than what we're used to, isn't it? I do think that a lot of that stuff seemed a little suspicious, like the whole idea that the Illuminati or 13 families are trying to shoot nuclear weapons into the sun or crash a satellite into the sun and black everything out. I always thought that sounded a little bit far-fetched. I think maybe they float little bullshit anecdotes about themselves just to kind of like get people talking and spread their fame, because on some level they like that people know what's going on a little bit, even though we don't know shit in terms of what's out there, like the full picture. They just like us to know little hints, they like to give us little clues. They like us to speculate, but they don't hand over the real knowledge or the real knowing, if there even is any beyond what we ourselves know. It might just be smoke and mirrors. But it's a game in any case, and they don't seem intent on quitting anytime soon. Not until Christ returns, anyways. I guess Seattle is $230 million in debt. My God. Somebody used a funny word. I forgot what it was exactly, but something about the homeless, something culture around here. And I just have to wonder how you can just keep spending money. How can a city be in debt? Just everything about this area lately has just gone downhill. It's really sad because it's such a beautiful area, and it's always been kind of a place where, you know, people have certain expressive freedoms and things like that. You know, it's very artsy and whatnot, but to think that things have deteriorated this far, and that most people would probably prefer to live in these, you know, Midwestern states and off-grid locations, that's really sad. We got to take it back. We got to take our cities back, because that's where everything's happening. That's where the commerce is, and you know, their political hubs and whatnot, and that's where a lot of people live. We got to clean them up and fix them back up. Elect people that are gonna make positive changes, if there even is anybody. I mean, hell, I don't vote. I don't even care if anybody else votes, because it's all rigged, right? At least the presidential election is. I don't know about your local school levy, but I definitely wouldn't waste my time voting for president. They're all cousins, kissing cousins. They're all pedos. So why would I even bother to vote? You go with the left, you're screwed. You go with the right, you're screwed. They're all pedos. Moving on. Kate Middleton. Wow. Poor Kate. This news of her cancer, I feel terrible for her. That's just awful. Especially after speculating what the hell happened to her for so long. It was turning into a pretty big thing. And I thought something like this must be coming. I know that there's some people out there saying it's a deep fake, and that's entirely possible. That AI can really do some stuff. Maybe it's a psyop, or maybe she just has cancer and they're hiding how bad she looks. I kind of felt like that must be it, even from the beginning. But it was fun to speculate about the fake picture and the clone in the picture and the other picture that came later. But it kind of shows you how these people operate. I mean, they finally slipped up and had to, issue the full statement and everything. But it shows you how much they bullshit society and how they just think they can lie to everybody. And sometimes their plans don't always work out. And there's got to be more to it than we know. That's for sure. These royals are extremely strange. Moving on to sports. We like to talk about sports a little bit before we close the show. Oh, we're going past 5 hours. Yikes. I gotta work on that. That's so long. That's a full work day we're doing here. Remember, please donate to the show. It's a lot of work. Todd's going on Clint's show. Man, those guys are gonna go deep. I listened to the first interview. It was great. Todd was great. My God. Such good stuff. Sports. Okay, so looks like Ohtani, his introduction to the Dodgers is off to a rocky start. There's a whole betting scandal going on around him. Apparently his interpreter was stealing money and doing some illegal gambling in California where sports betting is illegal, and they're not sure. The money was allegedly coming from Ohtani himself to this booker, and they don't know if this translator guy that Ohtani's camp is saying was responsible for this all. That everybody's not sure if Ohtani is more deeply involved. Like maybe he was a part of the betting as well. I mean, he had one of the biggest contracts in sports history, and he's doing weird things for fun. Not that it's that weird, but he's placing bets on sporting events. I don't know. Apparently, this translator of his had an addiction, and he has been fired from the Dodgers. So we'll see what happens there. But yeah, that's I don't think that this is really going to affect him that much in terms of his playing and things like that. But definitely sad to see, a guy that's kind of a Japanese hero, and he's having these problems. That sucks. Also, moving over to the National Football League, it looks like Danger Russell Wilson is headed to the Steelers after a horrible time over in Denver. Russell Wilson has finally been let go, and he's headed over to Pittsburgh. Max Cole, he's a big Pittsburgh fan, and he's I don't know how he feels about Russell Wilson being his new quarterback, but my God, as somebody that used to have Russell Wilson as a quarterback, the feeling is surreal. And his whole exit, and then watching his exit from Denver. Now he's headed over to Pittsburgh. I can't. I have to say I no longer have ill feelings towards the guy. He was very nice about the Pete Carroll going away party and all that. He seems to have become more humble in some way. It'd be nice to see him win some games again and do good. That whole Denver thing was atrocious. We just all want to forget about it because it was so ugly on all sides, especially at the end with the coach Sean Payton. There's ugliness on the field. There's ugliness in the news, and now here he goes over to Pittsburgh. We'll see if the old man still has something left. They say nobody's really done the whole getting older and coming back over and over and still doing great thing besides Tom Brady. Maybe it was his vegan diet, who knows, but he's the only guy that's really done it and looks superhuman out there. Most guys that they get a little older and they don't have that success, they're done. Kenny Pickett apparently is headed over to the Eagles. From what I heard, he has a little bit of an attitude. He probably wasn't happy about being traded. I'm sure he was upset. He thought he was going to be the starter for the Steelers. There's so much hype around him. You know, I remember his rookie cards were a big deal. And then, you know, just because you're good in high school doesn't mean you're going to be good in college. Just because you're good in college doesn't mean you're going to be good in pro. It's a different level. It's like, man, you know, like some of these, I remember when I was doing like, you know, jujitsu and training MMA and stuff like that, like the difference between a high school wrestler and a college wrestler, that's like night and day. That's a whole different level. And then a college wrestler and an Olympic wrestler, that's just a whole different level. They can't even compete with each other. That's the skill gap. There's levels to things. And at the professional level, it's like you got to be that one in a million type of person that's just superhuman at that sport. Otherwise, you're gonna, you know, you're just gonna be one of those guys nobody remembers. The guys that were potentials and they were prospects, but they turned out to be kind of average once they got to that level. And that's what's interesting about it too. You know, you're kind of always betting on who has that potential. Not that I'm into betting. Like I don't understand that. Like, okay, I'm gonna take my money and go to the casino and get the endorphins pumping. Although I have, you know, wasted money on other things that probably got my endorphins pumping. I just don't like betting at all or gambling at all. Poker is good if you're using like the fake chips, or if you're doing it online, you're not using real money. I think we can all agree on that. But other than that, shout out to Logan. Hope you get better. Hope we see you soon. Shout out to everyone out there who pays attention to this show. Thank you for your donations. Oh my God, please donate to the show. The more you donate, the more I can do this show. Like the goal has always been to just do this show. And to be able to do that, I need donations. We need to be able to keep the servers up, keep the lights on. And I would never charge you for this show. It is free for you and me. It is free. It will always be free. And that's just my philosophy, to create something amazing and then give it away for free. Because if the real fight is awakening minds, that's what really matters. We need people that are going to stand up to what's going on, and hiding in some little hole on the internet with your, you know, 15,000 or so fans that are gonna, you know, pay for your subscription service or whatever. That's not gonna do it. That's not bringing those masses to a confrontation with the powers that be. And not to say that we're trying to start a revolution. I don't think any of us really think we have a chance of toppling these guys. But if we can, you know, like what was stated earlier, if we can, I think Dr. Robert said something, you know, creating ideas that will spread and help us win for real. I think that's the right way to do it. Let's use their games and their technologies against them. That's the true art of war. But hey, I've had enough. We're over 5 hours. I can't do it anymore. I'm going to pass out. Even I have my limits, the Spartan of radio that I am. Go to endofdaysradio.com. Thank you, everybody. I'm Daniel. I am unafraid. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Please support this program. Please come back next week for another amazing show. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to everybody that listens. I love you guys. You are the best. This audience is something else. This is the type of people that I want to surround myself with. People that are free thinkers. People that are thinkers. You don't have a whole lot of thinkers left, do you? true intellectual giants, mystics, mages, magicians, the type of people that make you say, that's what I like. I'm Daniel, signing out from those broken ruins here in the rainy rainforest of the jungles of the Pacific Northwest. Keep those torches lit into the night. I will see you next time. Goodbye and good night.